This is Director Hampson. I'm now calling the April 21st, 2021 regular board meeting to order at 3:30 p.m. This meeting is being recorded. We would like to acknowledge that we are on the ancestral lands and traditional territories of the Puget Sound Coast Salish people. Ms. Wilson-Jones, will you call the roll, please?
Director DeWolf.
Present.
Director Dury.
Present.
Director Harris.
Director Harris will be joining us later in the meeting. Hopefully she has a work conflict.
Director Hersey.
Here.
Director Rankin. Director Rankin. It looks like we do not quite yet have Director Rankin on the line. Director Rivera-Smith.
Present.
And President Hampson.
Here. Superintendent Juneau is also joining us for today's meeting, her very last with us at Seattle Public Schools, and additional staff will be briefing the board as we move through the agenda. As we begin this meeting, I would also like to welcome Michaela Marie Morris from the Student Advisory Board and Center School. She will be providing student comments later in the meeting. This meeting is being held remotely, consistent with the Governor's proclamation on open public meetings. The public is being provided remote access today by phone and through SPS TV by broadcast and streaming on YouTube. To facilitate this meeting, I will ask participants to ensure you are muted when you are not speaking. Staff may be muting participants to address feedback and ensure we can hear directors and staff. I will now turn it over to Superintendent Juneau for her comments.
Good to be here with everybody, so thanks for that. It is my last meeting and thought I would go old school and show some slides like we used to do when we were in person in real life. But I just kind of want to do a top 10 list of sorts of things over the last few years that have been pretty significant growth for the district, and that things that we should be super proud of having accomplished. And so next slide, please. As you all know, after engaging with thousands of Seattle students, families, and community members, we did create a strategic plan that centers on African American and Black boys and teens and their families. Most of the other accomplishments, I mean, that was one of the first things that happened, and so most of the other accomplishments actually spring from this work. Next slide, please. Please note the bold theory of action that you all are familiar with, that we continue to lead the way for other urban districts throughout the United States, and just super proud of this strategic plan and the implementation process that we went through. Next slide. And of course, as we're all familiar with, our 4 priorities. I've actually before I depart, I've been sitting with the team leads on each of these priority areas and hearing sort of the work that's happened in the past, catching up on where we are currently, and then where they think they're going. And I just, have been super impressed with everything that's happened, and just really want to thank them for all they've done. I mean, they stayed the course throughout the pandemic. They stayed the course throughout tons of politics, because they know that this was the right work to do. And just really want to thank those team leads in each of those areas. When I hear from them through the work of the collaboration, the racial equity focus, family, student and staff engagement, and systems thinking that has happened on each of these priorities, I just really am inspired by all that's been accomplished in a really short amount of time. Next slide. Of course, the creation of the African American Male Achievement Office and the philanthropic work to support it. The work of Dr. Williams and her team, and the Student Kings, that as we continue to hear from, lead the nation. We raised close to $3 million through our philanthropy partners to support this work. Those partners see the promise in this work, and they're excited to continue to work with Seattle Public Schools to achieve real change. The African American Male Achievement Office is creating culture, conditions, competencies, and community connections to support African American students in Seattle Public Schools, and it's just really a fun team, a great team, and I know that you've seen them in a lot of spaces as well of the good work they're happening. Next slide. Directly from a goal in Seattle Excellence comes the work to create safe and welcoming schools. You'll note that this work is making a positive impact on the discipline statistics for African American male teens. And just really want to give a shout out to Chief Jesse for his leadership in this work. It's not easy. It's, pulling a lot of levers and getting people to really aim the ship in the same direction. And so some good leadership there that has provided some really great outcomes. So thank you, Chief Jesse, for your leadership there. Next slide. The creation of the Superintendent Student Advisory Board. It's exciting to hear Michaela's in the room tonight to give updates and her perspective on what's been going on. This group has shared their thoughts on several district decisions. There had not been a Student Advisory Board for the district prior to my coming in, and so that's always been really important to put student voice at the center of everything we're doing. And they continue to share their thoughts, including on the reopening of in-person instruction, advanced learning, and student surveys. And in fact, this district now has a system of including student voice in decision-making, including Student Advisory Board, the African American Male Achievement Student Leadership Council, the NAACP Youth Council, and of course, the board's recent adoption to appoint student representatives to the board, to just visiting students during school visits and hearing their perspectives on things that we're doing. We should all really be proud of our leadership efforts to put students at the center of all that we do. It really does make a difference, and I know that that work will continue. We have awesome students all across this district that consistently remind us that they are why we are here. We're here to be working on their behalf. Next slide. The enhanced hiring of staff of color throughout the organization. I would also here like to give a shout out to Dr. Codd for her leadership in this work. This is also her last school board meeting before she heads out. This includes the Teach Seattle, Lead Seattle, and Support Seattle recruitment campaign, the Academy of Rising Educators, the Seattle Teacher Residency, and there's just so much more going on in that area of our organization that is really positive. And, human resources literally changing the face of our district. And so we should be really proud of the work that's happened there. Next slide. The ability of this large organization to refocus its energy and resources to support families and students' basic needs starting in March 2020 and continued throughout this pandemic. I mean, just the lifting of our meal sites, the distribution of all the technology of making sure that students had a device, our partnerships that were created with Amazon and Fair Start and so many others, C-City, the learning packets that got lifted, the childcare sites, all those videos that our educators helped to create. You can see that those teacher-generated videos at the very beginning of our remote learning were viewed over 308,000 times. And I just think that there's been a lot of goodwill built during this pandemic learning time for Seattle Public Schools, and learned that people want to partner with us. They want us to be successful, and really look forward to watching that sort of continue as well. Next slide. We passed significant levies, dollars that help us with our general operations, and our taxpayers also came through with capital dollars so our team can create beautiful learning spaces for our communities and students. And on this slide is just a list of some of the buildings that got built, the additions that were put onto our buildings, some of the ribbon cuttings that some of us got to be a part of, and just our capital team is doing really phenomenal work. If you haven't been able to be in some of these new spaces, you need to go visit, because it's super lucky. Seattle is super lucky, I think, with the spaces that a lot of our students are able to learn in. And the Rainier Beach High School is on the docket, and things are going to be moving forward on so many other spaces. And when our buildings get redone, they really do reflect what our students deserve. And so just really proud of the work that's happening there. And that wouldn't be possible without our taxpayers. And so just really want to thank the Seattle community as well. Next slide. New course offerings aligned with Seattle Excellence. This is the beginning of an exciting new way that Seattle Public Schools can deliver these important courses to students district-wide, something that we did during remote learning that we can keep as a positive outcome that is a benefit to both our students and the system. This picture is kind of out of place, but it's just me and Gail Morris, who I've really enjoyed getting to know as our manager of Native Education. She does great work, a lot of work, and this is just sort of our picture where she was giving me some tribal salmon and I was giving back her some bison. So we were just saying it's a good trade from the coast to the plains. Next slide. I really want to thank my team. Thanks to the small cabinet. This team works super hard. We also have a lot of fun together. They have made me a better leader, and I am just really grateful for them. I'm grateful for their families who allow them to give so much time to Seattle Public Schools, and just really grateful for the work that they put in the long hours. Additionally, a good leader helps to create other good leaders. Over the past few years, several small cabinet members have taken or are taking the top job in other districts. 4 superintendents, at least, maybe 5. Chief wife Jessie is going to be a superintendent at a different Washington school district after serving as my chief of schools and continuous improvement. Dr. Clover Codd is moving on to California after serving as my chief of human resources. Dr. Brent Jones is making his return after serving as my chief of equity, partnerships, and engagement. Dr. Flip Herndon became the superintendent of Tukwila School District after serving as my chief of operations. And finally, although Dr. Bedrose is a finalist for the superintendent position at a different school district, she still has a couple steps remaining, but we all know that they will be lucky to get her. I feel really fortunate to have been a part of their leadership journeys, and I know that there are several others on small cabinet who are also destined for superintendencies in the future. Next slide. Finally, the number 10 or number 1, however you want to put it in order, all of the work to return our students to in-person instruction, the looks on the faces of our students as they step back into our buildings, they really was priceless. I just want to thank the operations teams, the negotiation teams, the entire organization for this safe return to in-person instruction. It was quite the day. It's a good way for me to be leaving. I feel like we've seen our way through pandemic learning. We made an adjustment to remote learning, and now people are starting to dip their toe back into in-person. And it sort of really went off without a lot of major issues. I mean, sometimes at the beginning of school, we hear of a lot of different challenges, but there was a lot of groundwork and a lot of runway that was laid in order to get to this day. And so it went as smoothly as possibly can for a return to school in the middle of a pandemic. And that was just because of the work that the teams put in. And so just really want to thank everybody for making that huge lift. I feel really good about getting the students who want to be back in school. And I think it lays a good track for the return to school in the fall, that we've learned a lot of lessons. We'll continue to learn lessons about how things can be better as the engagement with families continues on to return to school in the fall. And last slide, finally, I just want to thank everybody who helped with my learning during my journey here at Seattle Public Schools. I will look back on this chapter of my career with great pride about the work that got done on behalf of students. I have a week remaining in my superintendent tenure, and I plan to run through the tape to finalize the transition to Dr. Jones and to leave him in as good a space as possible for him to continue the story of Seattle Public Schools. And after that, you can find me on LinkedIn. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Juneau. I just want to take this moment to say thank you for your service. I can't express the extent to which the role of superintendent in this district or any other district, particularly during this really crushingly difficult political and social times that we are in, is surviving that is no small feat. And so I want to just note some of the things that I've appreciated in your tenure at Seattle Public Schools, most notably the carrying the torch for racial equity, upholding the priorities of the community and staff developed strategic plan is high on that list. As you spoke about, that you were willing to put on a cape for the Super Readers program and to inspire young readers. I know I was one of many people that appreciated your sense of humor. Actually, I'm a huge fan of your jokes and bringing humor to the district, and that sense of joy associated with reading and being willing to be a little bit silly to get kids inspired to learn and to read. Also, in particular, as you spoke of the openness of engagement with students, we are definitely in a new era of engagement with students. And that's something that you've always remained open with myself and fellow directors about getting in students engaged. That's never been something that you've been at all shied away from. And so I appreciate that openness immensely. And it has been something that has allowed us to have much greater student voice, which we're about to hear from next, is student voice, which, as you noted, the board plans to expand with new board members, thanks to Directors Hersey and DeWolf for making sure that working with NAACP Youth Coalition to make sure that happened. And then also making some really hard and difficult decisions at the beginning of the pandemic when others were unsure. We sort of we led the way in terms of closing down to make sure that folks were staying home safely. All those things, those decisions look very different now, but I can say with absolute certainty that I was appreciated the strength of your role in making that decision and moving us into a remote model over a year ago when we made that first shift. So I know other directors will have things to say at during their comment opportunities, so we won't go into that in detail now, as we're going to get back to centering students. And so I'm going to start with turning this over to Center School student Michaela Marie Morris. She's the vice president on her school's ASB. She is Center's Student Advisory Board representative, and when she isn't in school, she's participating in architecture and interior design programs around the city. Michaela, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, take it away.
Thanks for the intro. I am excited to be here with you guys this afternoon. I'm sure you all know that it has been the first few days of in-person education, and I am sure you are all eager to hear how it is going. So most students are excited to be back in person and seeing their friends. They've noted that it's still socially challenging in other ways, such as like some kids still aren't coming in. You could have all of your friend group not come in. And others are waiting on their second dose of the vaccine before they can come in. Many students are also worried about COVID, especially as the new strains of youth cases, or the new strains arise and youth cases skyrocket. But schools are cleaner than they used to be. There are rules to put in place to keep them safe. I think many students who are taking online classes note that the classes got quite a bit shorter. They feel like they're losing education. And thinking about the demographic of kids who are going in, most of the students we looked at in the pulse surveys who wanted to stay home were people of color due to inequity issues, which is kind of sad. I've noticed with the shorter classes as well that teachers are more likely to give students asynchronous work during those classes instead of actually teaching, which isn't everyone's learning style, and a lot of students are struggling with that. Normally it would be fine, but I feel like it's become a constant thing where the teacher begins to just hand it out because it's the easy thing to do. At the same time, students who are going in person feel like there is too much time because they are not getting taught any new content. It feels unnecessarily repetitive. And they're questioning what the point of going back is, since it doesn't really feel like they're learning anything. They don't feel encouraged to keep going to in-person school. Commuting is a really big struggle for Center specifically, but I'm sure it's all across the district that's an issue. At Center, we come from all over the district, so many think it's laughable that we're given 45 minutes to commute to school. The majority of whom I've seen coming from West Seattle, where traffic is increasingly worse than it was before we left, with the bridge down and the main streets getting torn up and the side streets closed. So now we have to wait for many buses that are considered full that would have been okay to board before. And we never would have waited till the last 45 minutes before school started to get on the bus, not to mention eat and get on the bus to get to school. So I would be not surprised to hear that many of the students aren't actually eating on their way to school and that they're just stressing out and getting themselves to school. I think many students that stay online are also upset about the schedule change. It was kind of felt as intrusive because the schedule was flipped around a lot on us at the beginning of the school year. And it just happened again. Running Start students in particular are struggling because we have to learn the new bell schedule if we were even told at all. And their classes could now overlap when they didn't overlap before. So that's a point of contention with many Running Start students. Students are very happy about the amount of PPE available for everyone at the school, I've been told. Students are happy to have in-person help from their teachers again. There's no question getting lost in translation over the internet. They're glad to see that they have enough space so that they're not super worried about, being up on people and getting COVID. And they're glad to see their friends again. Thanks so much for giving me your time. That's all I have.
Michaela, thank you so much for that extensive, probably not even close to exhaustive list of pros and cons to coming back to these first couple of days in person for 6 through 12. I'm sure that directors have taken in everything that you said and are have lots of thoughts and feelings about that. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate you sharing those insights, those concerns, again, the pros and cons. And please stay and feel free to ask questions and participate in the board discussion as we move through the agenda, and stay in touch with us. Your voices like yours are incredibly critical, and you've certainly given me plenty to think about as we move through these next weeks, trying to get better at this in-person model for the few short weeks that we have it. So thanks again. I'm going to actually turn now to my vice president of the board, our vice president of the board, your vice president of the board, Director Brandon Hersey, to talk about and just note this. Oh, I'm sorry. And I also want to note that Director Rankin arrived at 3:31 p.m. So she is here. And when Director Harris is able to join us, I will note her arrival as well. Yesterday marked a remarkable event in an era of justice or injustice, I should say, a very long era of injustice that continues. And yet something important happened yesterday, and I wanted to pass the mic to Vice President Hersey to give us his thoughts on the conviction of the officer that killed George Floyd, that has now been convicted of his murder. Would you like to take the mic for a minute and reflect on that? Thank you.
Absolutely. And for everyone listening, it's been a challenging year. It's been a challenging lifetime for many of our students. And it was really interesting to watch the verdict come in, and immediately everybody on social media and in so many other places were, let me turn my camera on. Hold on a second. Immediately, so many folks on social media and other places were saying, yes, this is a moment for celebration. This is a moment of justice. This is a moment of opportunity for us to pat ourselves on the back.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
It's first spelling word.
Someone is not on mute.
Cashel, can you, oh, there we go.
There we go. Thank you. And for so many of us, it just wasn't that, right? I have a really hard time looking at what transpired yesterday as justice. And I want folks to be able, because this is the conversation that our children are having, especially our young teens. Because there's a big difference between justice and what happened yesterday. Justice would have been if George could have walked away from that encounter. And I need everybody to sit with that. Justice would have been if that encounter never happened to begin with. What happened yesterday was accountability. And justice and accountability cannot be the same. And when I think about the work that we're doing to remove police officers from our schools, to close the school to prison pipeline, and all of the demands from our young people for justice, this is an opportunity for us to ask ourselves as well, is what we're doing creating educational justice? Or are we actually taking steps in being accountable to our students and their needs and what they've been telling us, right? Because accountability is reactive. If we want to create justice, we have to be proactive. We have to squarely focus everything we do on our Black students. We have to squarely focus our entire system actually utilizing targeted universalism and relating everything back to our strategic plan. Because as so many of our students watched that verdict yesterday and saw so many folks begin to celebrate, many of our students saw that as an opportunity to exhale, but not one that deserves to be celebrated. It's an opportunity for us to take stock and really take a look at the country that we are living in, where we are celebrating the fact that a man who killed a Black man in cold blood in the street, a police officer who murdered a Black man, we are celebrating that he is being held accountable for that murder. So as we move forward, and as our country moves forward, the challenge is to not let up and to take our foot off the gas here. Because if we're really going to be an anti-racist institution, if we're as about our business as we say we are, then there is still much more work to be done. And I am really proud and excited of the leadership of Dr. Jones and this board to push us toward that work. But playtime is over. If we are going to be serious about actually living up to the standards of equity that we set for ourselves, now is the time. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Pina Gigi Vice President Hersey, I'm so grateful to you for sharing those words and using up your emotional energy to put that forth. When I sat to try to write comments that might be relevant, and the first thing that I wrote was justice for George Floyd, and my immediate thought was, this isn't justice. Justice would be his life, living, breathing, watching his daughter grow up. And so you're right about the justice versus accountability, and the very critical ways in which that plays into our focus and striving for educational justice, and how that compares with accountability. And it's something that we need to be very, very have very much central to in our thinking, so I'm just very appreciative for your crystallization of that concept, and ask that we all carry that forward in our thinking today. And we are going to be looking at very specifically at specific student outcomes focused on our strategic plan. So we're about to do the work today of putting that into action for the last couple of years of this strategic plan. So with that, I will get back on script and take us next to the what is now the consent portion of today's agenda. May I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move to approve.
Yes, absolutely. I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Approval of the consent agenda has been moved by Vice President Hersey and seconded by Director Rivera-Smith. Do directors have any items they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The consent agenda has passed unanimously. We have now reached the public testimony portion of the agenda. We will be taking public testimony by teleconference today, as stated on the agenda. For any speakers watching through SPS TV, please call in now to ensure you are on the phone line when your name is called. Board Procedure 1430BP provides the rules for testimony, and I ask that speakers are respectful of these rules. I will summarize some important parts of this procedure. First, testimony will be taken today from those individuals called from our public testimony list, and if applicable, the waiting list, which are included on today's agenda, posting on the school board website. Only those who are called by name should unmute their phones, and only one person should speak at a time. Speakers from the list may cede their time to another person when the listed speaker's name is called. The total amount of time allowed will not exceed 2 minutes for the combined number of speakers, and time will not be restarted after the new speaker begins. In order to maximize opportunities for others to address the board, each speaker is allowed only one speaking slot per meeting. If a speaker cedes time to a later speaker on the testimony list or waiting list, the person to whom time was ceded will not be called to provide testimony again later in the meeting, as there is only one speaking slot per person. Those who do not wish to have time ceded to them may decline and retain their place on the testimony or wait list. Finally, the majority of the speaker's time should be spent on the topic they indicated they wish to speak about. Ms. Wilson-Jones will read off the testimony speakers.
Thank you, President Hampson. Speakers, please remain muted until your name is called to provide testimony. When your name is called, please be sure you have unmuted on your phone, and then also press *6 to unmute yourself on the conference call line. Each speaker will have a 2-minute speaking time, and a chime will sound when your time is exhausted, and the next speaker will then be called. First on today's public testimony list is Chris Jackins.
My name is Chris Jackins, Box 84063, Seattle 98124. On the consent agenda, please schedule public testimony prior to the consent agenda. On the authorization for a reduction in force, the report should provide a range of possible cuts. On amending Board Policy 2190, highly capable services. 6 points. Number 1, I am not convinced that the board and the district are prepared to deliver better education. Number 2, the report concedes that superintendent procedures to implement some aspects of the plan have not been written. Number 3, the report cites a, quote, successful history of implementing change, unquote, with regard to a prior transition to neighborhood schools and with respect to current remote teaching and learning. Number 4, in fact, the cutting of transportation from the neighborhood schools plan reduced choice and increased racial imbalance, according to a court ruling on an appeal I helped file. Number 5, and the board should not be reassured by the results from remote learning. Number 6, the board has not even tried to reopen the African American Academy and Indian Heritage High School. Please vote no on the highly capable services proposal. On the school board recall charge 1 is, quote, failed to adequately oversee timely provision of in-person education during the pandemic compared to other districts, unquote. The court ruling stated, quote, this court finds charge 1 to be factually sufficient, unquote. On personnel changes, senior district staff member Clover Codd is leaving the district. I wish to thank Ms. Codd for her service to Seattle Public Schools, and my thanks to Superintendent Juneau. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Clifford Meyer. Clifford Meyer. Clifford Meyer.
Hi. First, I want to thank the board members and all of our district staff for serving our children in this extraordinary and difficult time. I have 2 children who have been provided highly capable services at Thurgood Marshall Elementary and Washington Middle School. And so I'm speaking today to the proposed revisions to Policy 2190. First, I do want to endorse the changes that would push much harder on the district to end the decades of racist student identification policies for highly capable services. These have been called out for many years. Maybe at this important moment in our country's history, SBS will finally become an anti-racist organization in how it treats this set of children who have different academic and social emotional needs. However, the proposed changes that we see today move beyond that and set a commitment to providing services in every single school in the district. That may be where the board and district should be soon, but not yet. I have 2 particular areas of concern. Number 1, this proposed policy is not following the recommendations of the 2018 Advanced Learning Task Force. And number 2, the policy does not provide the board with an assurance of accountability to make sure that the district really will properly serve the thousands of students who need highly capable services in order to receive what the state calls a fair and appropriate basic education. Regarding the task force recommendations, numbers 6 and 7 are quite clear, saying that the district should not move forward with changes to the current delivery model without clear evidence that the new proposed model or models are effective. While the district's timeline has a very, very clear indication of how it expects to move forward, it is not showing within that timeline how it would be evaluating the success of its first 1 school, then 5 school pilot within the elementary schools. This is not adequate. I also want to make sure that you are aware that accountability is not built into this set of policies. There is nothing in here saying exactly what the board can expect. That is particularly important, and I urge you to ensure very specific data-based metrics and other factors by which the district will know the success of highly capable services. Thank you very much.
Next for public testimony is Megan Hazen. Megan Hazen. Megan,
can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Thank you. Okay. I wanted to speak against accepting the changes for 2190 by addressing the many ways that it falls short. The lack of a detailed proposal for a non-cohort service model, the weakening of the state's definition of HiCap, and the utter lack of engagement to learn what is needed for HiCap education. However, I do believe it'll be more productive to look forward. I'm asking SPS take a leadership role in declaring strong support for HiCap students. The law that HiCap students must be served exists for a reason. These students have well-defined atypical cognitive development, which is expressed in complex ways. They are not merely high-achieving, and they are not often well-served by typical teaching methods. The research on this is clear. The law exists because when teachers are not trained in the specific needs of these students and leadership does not explicitly demand that they are served, they are not served. There is very little in these recent discussions around HiCap that acknowledges this, but make no mistake, SPS fails these students when they're not protected by Policy 2190. Historically, HiCap students are not well served outside the cohort. They are at best neglected and at worst abused in a system that lacks resources to serve them and also has tacit permission to vilify them. HiCap parents want to improve the HiCap service model, but do not want to see it eliminated. If SPS wants to move forward with renegotiating this policy and eliminating the cohort, the district must, from top down, express the importance of serving HiCap students and providing their basic education. Leaders must stop scapegoating HiCap families. New systems must be developed and further must be developed with full collaborative engagement, including allowing actual feedback from HiCap families. SPS must lead in training their staff in HiCap learning. SPS must find a way of holding their schools accountable for actually providing the programming and behavior required to succeed in this service. I can't stop this board from moving prematurely to remove the only system we have of serving HiCap students, but please, I am begging you to do better in designing a way forward. And you have to move quickly. Our students don't have a lot of time to wait for the adults to figure this out. Thank you.
Next for public testimony is Kathleen Lendvay. Kathleen Lendvay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm speaking also on Policy 2190, and I have read and learned about the proposed changes on highly capable services, and I see promise in some of the ideas presented. But that promise demands that I imagine the new proposed services model in a different district, a district with clear accountability for managing this change, a district with leaders who genuinely believe in offering robust advanced learning to challenge highly capable students and identifying every student who could benefit, a district that will actually do the work to fix our highly capable program rather than call it good based on the optics of a policy vote. This is not our district. Voting for this change without the culture change, leadership support, and accountability structures to make it work is wrong. The board's decision last year to approve TAF at Washington Middle School provides a preview of how this change will go. While district leadership and the board got to pat themselves on the back for adopting a bold change, students and teachers were left holding the bag. Last year's change to Policy 2190 promised continued HC services in a blended model, but almost a year into the program, nobody can describe what HC services means at Washington Middle School or how to access those services. Nobody is accountable for HC services in the school, so it simply hasn't happened. Neither the Advanced Learning Office nor the school administration have the ownership or accountability to deliver on the board's promises. And teachers are left with families who were promised something without teachers receiving any of the training, standards, or communications about what and how to deliver it. It's a disservice to the students in our district to pass a policy change without the organizational capacity to make it a reality. In this district, at this time, a vote yes on this policy change is effectively a vote to just discontinue highly capable services and also to discontinue acknowledging highly capable students. Thank you for your time.
Next for public testimony is Brian Terry. Brian Terry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Please approve the proposed amendments to School Board Policy 2190. In our district today, a white student is 6 times more likely than a Black student to be identified as highly capable. The mostly white classrooms that this creates are often placed next to mostly Black neighborhood classrooms. This sends a clear message to all of our students. White students are more capable and more deserving. Today's program admits students who are already performing significantly advanced work rather than those with the potential to perform advanced work, effectively excluding those students who have the most to gain from advanced learning services. It is time for us to make it a priority to serve all of our highly capable students and to eliminate the white supremacy culture in our schools. Please support Amendment 2190. Thank you.
Next for public testimony is John Persak. John Persak. John Persak. You may need to press *6 to unmute on the conference call line. John Persak, one more time. Press *6 if you're on the line. Okay, moving to our next speaker, Laura Marie Rivera. Laura Marie Rivera. Laura Marie Rivera. Yes, we can hear you, Laura.
Oh. Hi, this is Laura Marie. The language that we use is important. As an educator and a citizen, it matters. Just like discussed today with the use of the words justice and accountability, it matters. Of course, there's a difference between gifted and highly capable. And I find that in this district and in a lot of these meetings, they're often used interchangeably. In the interest of time, I'd like to ask people to Google these words so we can practice using them correctly. These words matter. And along those lines, we need to look thoughtfully and critically about calling these programs and their recipients and advocates racist. The existence of HiCap students and the need for HiCap programming are not racist constructs. However, in Seattle Public Schools, they exist in a district replete with systemic racism, and if imprecise language is used that implies that HiCap itself is racist, then great harm is done to the students who are both HiCap and not cis-male white students. SPS must be very clear that changes to programming are to address their longstanding and underlying racist structure and behavior, not to deny the existence or the rights of HiCap students themselves. And so I end with an ask that you commit to serving the special needs of HiCap and gifted students from all over the district and support them with the money and programming and training that these commitments will require. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Robin Reed. Robin Reed.
Hello, my name is Robin Reed. I am the parent of a 6th grader. I'm asking that the board and the district begin preparations now to offer the option of full-time in-person instruction for all students in September. It's increasingly clear that full in-person instruction will be the norm across the country by this fall. In San Francisco, which has managed COVID in ways very similar to Seattle, the district has committed to full-time in-person learning in the fall. Other large school districts have done the same, from Boston to New York to City to Chicago. There's a good reason for this. We know much more about the spread of COVID now than we did a year ago, and we have studies from the past year showing that when students and teachers wear masks, COVID transmission in schools is extraordinarily low. Public health leaders, including the CDC, support full-time in-person school. The director of the CDC, Rochelle Walensky, recently said, come September 2021, schools should be full-fledged in-person and all of our children back in the classroom. Why do I want students to return to the classroom full-time? While I understand that remote education has been adequate for some students and a positive experience for a few, it's been distinctly worse for many others, my child included. Online school for my 6th grader has been work and stress and a demand for focus on a screen for hours every day with none of the interaction, spontaneity, or fun of in-person school. Despite his efforts, ours, and his teachers, it was a disaster. I watched the joy drain out of him, and I sincerely worried that he would never want to learn again. And I think Michaela Morris's comments today really highlight clearly some of the drawbacks of the hybrid model. Transit challenges and limited time for teachers to introduce new material and having to divide their attention between online students and in-person students mean that hybrid education is compromised education. We are not doing enough for our students. SPS needs to begin planning a full-time option now, anticipating additional guidance from the state requiring it. Without planning now, you commit to the same scramble and challenges you faced last month preparing for hybrid education. I've seen many Facebook posts from you, Director Hampson, stating that the governor's proclamation left too little time to plan the rollout of hybrid education in an equitable way. Don't let that happen with full-time in-person school. You need to start planning to ensure equity, access, and safety now. Thank you.
Next is Janice White. Janice White.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. It's Janice White, president of the Seattle Special Education PTSA. Today, I want to highlight some of the challenges facing students with disabilities as a result of the transition to either hybrid or remote learning. Although we've heard repeatedly all school year about the district prioritizing students with disabilities, the reality for many of our students is very different. Consider these actual experiences. The high school student in an intensive service pathway who will be spending half of his school day in the building down the hall from his gen ed class being taught in person, but attending the class via laptop because the school failed to account for him when planning space for the gen ed class. The elementary student who needs one-to-one support, but whose family has been told that the IA can only be within 6 feet for 15 seconds when the student is in person. The high school student who attends general education classes with push and support, whose family was presented with a revised IEP on the eve of hybrid learning that reduced his IEP services by 90%. The elementary student whose gen ed classes are now scheduled at the same time as her special ed services, forcing the family to choose between their student being included with her gen ed peers for instruction or receiving special ed services. These stories and more demonstrate the operational failure of the district to treat students with IEPs as general education students first, prioritize their needs, and as well, it demonstrates the lack of an inclusive culture in our schools. Please read the April 14th article in the South Seattle Emerald entitled, SPS Educators Confront Issues of Race and Disability as Students Return to Schools. Several dedicated educators are quoted in the article about their concern that the overwhelming need for inclusion of Black and Brown students with disabilities is being overlooked. The article cites a 2017 study showing that 55% of Black students with disabilities are arrested before the age of 28. We need a cultural shift embracing inclusion and rejecting ableism along with racism. We ask for district leaders to set this vision and then hold staff accountable to implement an anti-racist and anti-ableist culture in our district, our schools, and our classrooms. Thank you very much.
Next is Elias Cass. Elias Cass. Elias Cass. Elias, you may need to press *6 to unmute if you are on the conference call line.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Elias Cass. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a pediatric primary care provider in Lake City. My son is in kindergarten, and he has been thrilled to be able to attend school in our neighborhood school building for the first time. For 2 hours and 45 minutes, he's able to experience the novelty of being in the same room as his teacher, being able to see and play with his classmates and raise his physical hand instead of his virtual hand. At the end of the 2 hours and 45 minutes, I leave my clinic, drive to his school, wait in a line of 100 cars to pick him up and drive him to a different elementary school for childcare because there's no childcare at his school and there is no transportation to the other school. His school has done a beautiful job with the restrictions and the requirements of this modified school day, but this is not enough. He actually needs to be in actual school for the entire day, and my patients also need to be in school for the entire day, and patients and families need to be able to plan for the fall. I beg you to commit to full in-person school options in the fall. We need that strong commitment in order to be willing to stick with this district and to give this district another chance. We need to know that this district will do what it takes to secure the funding needed to provide school in school buildings. We need to know that the new superintendent is committed to in-person school, that the new chiefs are committed to in-person school, and we can't wait until late August to know what's coming, to know how many hours our kids will be in school, whether or not there'll be childcare, whether or not there'll be transportation. Our kids are not autonomous learning units. They're part of families with other kids' schedules to figure out and with adults whose livelihoods are increasingly at stake when they have to leave work in the middle of the morning. We need to know that the commitment is there and that we're working towards a common goal, something beyond the absolute legal minimum. This district is an enormous, complicated system with many, many moving parts. It's hard to get everything lined up, but it will be absolutely impossible without the desire and commitment to do it. Please rely on the guidance of the CDC, the AAP, the Department of Health, and the experience of the thousands of other school districts who have achieved full in-person schooling. We can do it too. Thank you.
Next is Sharice Gaffney. Sharice Gaffney.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Earlier this month, the CDC's director said that by September, all schools should be fully open for in-person learning and no longer remote. And yet fall planning isn't even on your agenda today. For elementary students, 64% of families opted for in-person, including half of students furthest from educational justice. I expect those numbers are higher for secondary students. And we know that just by reopening this spring, we will increase community trust in schools. That increased trust, together with widespread vaccines for all adults and most secondary students, will naturally drive more demand for a return to full-time school in September. When the vast majority of families from all demographics are ready, what is SPS doing to make sure it meets families where they are? It's time for SPS to plan a return to full in-person school for fall. Students need real in-person teaching that finally starts helping the students for whom remote learning is just not accessible. Those students have been left on their own for over a year now. And the result is a generation of Seattle public school students who are anxious and isolated, disconnected from their teachers and their peers. Those students haven't failed. The adults have failed them. Until SPS provides in-person school that does not rely on remote instruction, and until SPS insists on teachers providing actual new instruction in person, we know that a good portion of our students across SPS's communities will continue to fall through the cracks. SPS and this board should be leading the charge on full reopening as advocates of those students, not being dragged there by desperate parents and health officials. This board needs to act now to direct SPS to build a full-time in-person reopening plan so that you're actually ready this time. No more excuses.
Next for testimony is Anne Goodchild. Anne Goodchild. Anne Goodchild. If you're on the line, oh, did I just hear Anne?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm a Seattle Public Schools parent and educator myself, and have had kids in the system for a decade or so, and always tried to, help out and do what I can. I'm asking you today simply to communicate with families regarding your plans for fall. I feel silly really having to ask you to do that, given that your mandate, and responsibility of Seattle Public Schools is to provide reasonable education for all of Seattle's students. But I think you've heard from other participants today that your community does not have faith and confidence in your ability to provide in-person education for students in the fall, and really have lost track of your intent. I know that's been a difficult year for everyone. It's certainly been a difficult year for our family, and we're really limping along. Everyone is trying to make the best of a tough situation. But what has happened in the last year is not a reasonable educational option for our family, remote learning. And we desperately await a return to in-person instruction. We try to be patient with everyone who has to adapt as well. But I think that your community has lost confidence in the school district's commitment to do that. There is a big question as to whether or not you hold as a priority returning students to in-person instruction when it is safe to do so. The reason for that is very scant communication from Seattle Public Schools, official communication. I really don't know what's happening. I know there's no opening task force. I don't know what happened to the outdoor options. There is no agenda item on the school board meetings about reopening. As an active participant trying to listen, I hear nothing official about school reopening. And evidence suggests a mandate from the governor was required for any movement. The other thing we do see is combative and confusing messages on social media by the school board director. And so in the absence of formal communication from SPS, people rely on that as a form of communication, which has caused confusion and distress. So I simply ask for your faith, for sharing your decision-making, for being transparent about your goals, and allowing community members to know what they can expect as they plan for their families this fall.
Next for testimony is Arlie Kabu. Arlie Kabu.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm speaking as the parent of 2 SPS elementary students and as a local family physician. I have seen the stress and strain on my own children as well as my patients and their families that over a year of fully remote school has caused. We, the parents, have fought tirelessly to get SPS kids back in person. Yet it took a governor's order for SPS and SEA to do the bare minimum required by that order and not even the minimum for our middle and high school students. Failing to open schools sooner and more completely is shameful and criminal. I implore you to right this wrong. Put aside the politics and the fear. Be our advocates and do what is best for our kids. Plan now and commit to full-time in-person school this fall. SPS has already proven to be woefully behind nationally and locally in this regard. This must change. Most urban districts nationwide are already back full-time or have committed to full-time for the fall. Local private schools have as well. Your number one priority must and should be educating our children full-time in person. Stop pretending that hybrid and virtual learning is good enough. It is not. Please pull yourselves together, get organized, make a plan, communicate that plan to us, and make full-time in-person learning happen for the fall. Thank you for your time.
Next for testimony is James David Dack. James David Dack. James, are you on the line? If you're on the line, you may need to press *6 to unmute. Okay, moving to the next speaker, Madeline Kogut. Madeline Kogut.
Me?
Madeline, is that you?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Maddie Kogut, and I'm an 11th grader at Ingram High School. I would just like to say, please plan to reopen full-time in person in the fall. High school students need contact with teachers and other students. It's not working to be alone looking at a screen. It's impacting our academics and our mental health, and the science shows that we can go back safely to in-person full-time. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Rose Bellini. Rose Bellini.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm the parent of a current 2nd grader. Recently, I went to the SPS website and I clicked on About Us. I read, "We believe it is essential to place the interests of students above all others in every decision we make. We believe it is our responsibility to do whatever it takes to ensure that every child, regardless of race, gender, socioeconomic status, language proficiency, learning style, or disability, achieves to their highest level. While enduring a horrendous year of remote school and now a bare minimum hybrid model, one cannot believe that this board or SPS was or is doing whatever it takes for every child. If it were the case, my child would be safely learning from a teacher in a classroom 5 days per week. Families would not be further burdened to solve for problems that SPS could and should have anticipated. Remote learning and hybrid learning are not, by any stretch of the imagination, equated with excellence for the majority of students here or anywhere. Hybrid models are not celebrated as somehow a best of both worlds scenario, and the risk-benefit analysis they were based on no longer applies in our current reality. I want this board and SPS administrators to do whatever it takes so that the interests of my child, your child, everyone's child are urgently placed first, with an immediate pivot to planning for full-time in-person learning for fall 2021. However imperfect a system might be, one cannot fix known problems, demonstrate improvement, and instill trust in those who are wary if there are not open classrooms in which to carry out that work. I demand this board break its cycle of inaction, cease passing the buck and blaming others. I call on you to take the responsibility granted and assume an immediate problem-solving mindset aimed at offering a full-time in-person learning scenario for all who want it in fall 2021. The time has long passed for the work of SPS to be anything but a fully focused commitment to efficiently design, negotiate, and execute a plan that provides the opportunity owed to our children to attend school in person every day. I may not know or care if my child is behind, but I do know that you certainly are. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Ariana Farrell. Ariana Farrell. Ariana Farrell. Ariana, I can see that you're on the line, I believe, but we are not able to hear you. One more time, Ariana Farrell. And I'll go back through the names we missed at the end of the list. So moving to our next speaker, Lisa White. Lisa White.
Hear me?
Is this Lisa?
This is Lisa. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lisa White. I'm the parent of an 11th grader in Seattle Public Schools. I would just like to say what many others have said, please start planning now for full-time in-person school in the fall. As you know, the CDC expects it, the science supports it, and other districts are already planning for it, and in fact doing it now. Teachers have been vaccinated, and by late summer, students in middle and high school will likely have the opportunity to be vaccinated as well. High school students have been struggling academically and emotionally during remote school. Teenagers are not meant to be alone in front of a computer. They need contact with teachers and classmates and social interaction more than just a few hours, 2 days a week. Remote learning was a response to an emergency situation. It was not meant to persist indefinitely. We know it is not an adequate substitute for in-person learning. We have learned a lot about how COVID spreads and doesn't spread, and how to function safely wearing masks. There's no justifiable scientific reason to keep schools remote or even hybrid in the fall. Remote and hybrid plans are both hurting students. We're not asking for anything unreasonable. It is possible to plan to go back in person safely in the fall, given the CDC guidelines, science, experience, and vaccines. Schools around the region, state, and nation have been going back successfully. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We're asking you to look around at what other districts are doing and to do what it takes to help students thrive and succeed. Currently, they are falling behind and struggling. SPS begins bargaining with the teachers union for next year's schedule in May. Please make sure that SPS and the union bargain a solution that includes full-time in-person learning, consistent with science and the vaccine schedule, to address student mental health needs. Students have suffered academically, socially, and emotionally long enough. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Ryle Goodrich. Ryle Goodrich. Ryle, if you're on the line, please press *6 to unmute. Ryle Goodrich. Moving to the next speaker, Carrie Kaplan. Carrie Kaplan. Is that Carrie?
Hi, I'd like to just end this with trying to bring everyone together on trying to move forward to reopening our schools in full in the fall. I'd like to speak us to all to come together, not to act as adversaries in the path for school reopening. School is a tool to allow our children to celebrate their differences and use them to promote a healthy and diverse society. Science, engagement, creativity, resolution, communication, conscientiousness, and collaboration are all educational and life skills we can agree on that will move us in the right direction. These are some of the paths forward in reopening and strengthening our schools, and what a wonderful opportunity for us to role model these approaches for our kids and not to be in conflict with each other. Barriers and conflicts that we have as COVID are struggles, but they are also a path for us to grow together and to become more effective educators. I met with some of the board members a couple of weeks ago, and they expressed frustration with the governor, superintendents, mayor, and parents. When I have spoken to those who the board members are frustrated with, it comes back the same. I'd like to propose that we all say that we are sorry for the ways we have failed our kids and have failed each other and move on. There needs to be a path forward that is transparent, forthcoming, civilized, fair, safe, and effective in bringing our kids back full-time in the fall. I hope and I believe we are capable. I will start with the science. This is from the CDC. Evidence suggests that many K-12 schools that have strictly implemented prevention strategies have been able to safely open for in-person instruction and remain open. The absence of in-person education options might disadvantage children from all backgrounds, particularly children of low-resource communities who might be at educational disadvantage. Now, I hope that we can take a look at some of these goal-setting strategies I mentioned and focus on self-reflection and forgiveness and move forward to work together to reopen the schools in full in the fall. Thank you.
President Hampson, that was the end of the testimony list, but I can go back through the names that we missed in case anybody was having technical issues.
Yeah, why don't you go through one more time?
Okay, beginning with, and if your name was on the list and we didn't catch you before, you can press *6 now to unmute, and hopefully we can catch you in this round. John Persak. John Persak. If you're on the line, please press *6. Moving to the next speaker, James David Dack. James David Dack. Moving on, Ariana Farrell. Ariana Farrell. And then finally, Ryo Goodrich. Ryo Goodrich. President Hampson, that concludes the testimony list, and I don't see any of the numbers that those individuals gave us on today's call.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. That concludes our public testimony for the meeting. We will move now to items that were removed. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have any items removed for the consent agenda. We will now move to introduction item number 1, rename and amend school board policy number 2190, highly capable services and advanced learning programs. This came through SSCNI, otherwise known as Student Services Curriculum and Instruction, on April 6th for consideration. Chief of Student Support Services, Dr. Kansi Pedrosa, I believe you will be briefing us.
Yes, I will. Thank you. I also have with me here today Program Manager Deanie Berry. At the end, we're going to be available to answer questions from the board. So good evening, school board directors and the community. I'm here to not only present the bar for 2190, highly capable services and advanced learning programs, but to offer a few thoughts for reflection about our legacy as leaders in our system towards anti-racist practices and accountability, especially in light of the history of this policy being brought forward several times earlier. Dr. Kendi states, and I quote, "Americans have been long trained to see the deficiencies of people rather than policy. It's a pretty easy mistake to make. People are in our faces, policies are distant. We are particularly poor at seeing the policies lurking behind the struggles of people. end quote. And I just wanted to give us some thoughts of reflection that in critical race theory, there are several tenets that we have centered in our racial equity learning as a system over the years. The permanence of racism, the counter storytelling and counter narratives, whiteness as property, interest convergence, and critique of liberalism. So I want to just start with saying that Policy 2190 and its language, specifically around revisioning our services, our classrooms, and our schools, requires us to examine where policy meets social justice and anti-racist actions. This cannot be a moment of interest convergence in this moment. And I turn to a paragraph out of the Harvard Review, which highlighted Dr. Derek Bell's theory of interest convergence, that the rights of Black people only advance when they converge with the interests of white people. 25 years after the US Supreme Court ruling in Brown versus Board of Education, Bell argued that the holding cannot be understood without some consideration of the decision's values to whites, not simply those concerned about the immorality of racial inequality, but also those in policy-making positions able to see the economic and political advances at home and abroad that would follow abandonment of segregation, end quote. Historically, in Seattle Public Schools, as evidenced by our own Seattle Public School data, students of color have not benefited from many of the Seattle system's policies and procedures, including the one before you today. And I know that the entire system and educators in our system, as well as our school board, are deeply committed to really supporting systemic changes to support anti-racist actions, and that it's going to take a lot of time and effort and accountability. For this Policy Review 2190, I'm just going to highlight some information and reminders and things that many of the community know very well. One, and this is documented, very well documented, this program and our service design was developed, the current model was developed over 40 years ago in order to combat white flight, as documented in district emails, noted in archives, published in 2 local newspapers. The program was designed for white students and was not designed to support Black excellence or our students furthest from educational justice. Next point, that there are people in our community who philosophically believe that the current policy as is the only way to do appropriately advanced learning in Seattle Public Schools. If this policy advances tonight and the changes that we hope it will do to create a newer system, it will take an entire community and a commitment from our entire system to re-educate and unpack our entire community, not only as to the why this is happening and why we need to do these changes, but the research behind the changes, and then also to provide those systemic strategies and structures in place to ensure that we continue to improve our system so that every student that is in these services, highly capable services, benefits from rigorous instruction. And many of our students from diversity of our backgrounds and cultures, they've shared with us over and over again that they want to experience rigorous learning, but they want it aligned with our values of anti-racism that allows students to participate with their whole identities and then takes into account a decolonization approach to the material. And furthermore, it's important that we shift our focus on talent development for our students furthest from educational justice. And our department has been committed with weekly racial equity training for the past 2 years and to continue to design changes and enhance their systems and their procedures and their learning in taking a targeted universalism approach. And then finally, another point I want to add is that research and national practices have a broad range of services and processes that we are learning from and incorporating into our system. We are using experts in gifted and Black student success, such as Dr. Collins, to support our efforts and shift our practices. We are committed to having experts such as these in community to guide us as we continue to design process and procedures. Our district has a history of listening to those who don't represent the students we are intending to serve with all information and expertise in all things education, including but not limited to educational needs of Black and Brown students. The Advanced Learning Department, Student Services Department, we have done intentional work to prioritize learnings from students, researchers, families, and practitioners who represent the Black and Brown students we intend to serve. And we believe that the work we have done over the past 2 years will support these students. and that all of our students will be served through these recommendations and changes. In closing, I met with the Highly Capable and Racial Equity Advisory Committee, and I promised them to share one last thought from them. They do not believe that this policy even goes far enough for them, because it's not calling out the harm to Black and Brown students in our system by our actions of gatekeeping and centering whiteness in past policies and implementation. They want us to know that in order for us as a system, Seattle Public Schools, to build trust with families of color is to ensure our procedures hold our system accountable, provide specific anti-racist training to educators and staff, and that we continue to refine and draft procedures with the advisories group oversight and recommendation and looking and input and feedback to ensure that we are providing the systemic changes that we are set here on forward to change. They believe, and I believe as well, that if we're not specific with our strategies and systems, that we will always be in danger, no matter what system we create, which policy we design, or which procedure we design, that we could end up creating an unjust system similar to this one. So it's really important that we continue to do those procedural work, those accountable works that we need to do to provide those changes as we continue to develop some of our systems in place with the practitioners group, the work that's ongoing currently. This is the only way we can rebuild trust with our families of color. Thank you. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Pedrosa. I will go first to the chair of our Student Services Curriculum and Instruction Committee, Director Rankin.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pedrosa. So this policy has been kind of on the docket for some time and ebbed and flowed and been delayed because of previous instructions from the governor to focus only on essential business responsive to COVID. So I think this was this last, maybe even a year ago. So there's been a lot of back and forth between movement and standstill. But I want to thank you, Dr. Pedrosa, and your department for continuing to reach out to community members, continuing to not give up on this, keep bringing it forward. And in order to support the board and making sure that we all have the information that we need, there were 2x2s offered, and not everyone has been able to participate in one yet. So I just kind of want to remind my colleagues that opportunity is available. So if there are more, this is introduction now, so between now and when this item comes before us for action, if anybody feels the need to take us up on that offer of 2x2s and have some more time to ask some more in-depth questions or provide feedback to staff from your communities, let us know. And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, Dr. Pedrosa. I'm sure we will try to make sure that we can accommodate that in people's schedules.
We will prioritize that. Absolutely.
Okay. Great. That I kind of figured as
yes,
much.
We will.
So just a reminder that is available. I wanted to acknowledge some of the speakers from public testimony and just say a little bit about this in general and acknowledge the very real fear and concern that a change in this model is going to mean everybody just goes back to their regular classroom and we hope for the best. I want to acknowledge that is a real fear for parents, for families of kids who struggle to be recognized and to engage with education in maybe their neighborhood school or general education classroom. I plan to, between now and action, bring forth an amendment that addresses what Dr. Pedrosa was talking about in terms of accountability from families of color, that we don't just recreate a different segregated system that doesn't serve students, But I want to include in that also the accountability for the services that was mentioned in comments, and that I've heard concerns about just in general, because as we've talked about a lot, all the best intentions, they don't mean anything if we don't have the procedure and then we don't have the accountability. So for some further context, I also want to help people understand or remind folks that the changes being proposed are over 5 years. It's not sudden, and that the culture shift needed is real, and it was mentioned by some folks in testimony, and we've talked about it. Seattle Public Schools, and it may or may not be unique to Seattle Public Schools, but we have, as a system, somehow conditioned staff, teachers, families to believe that if their child has a need beyond a certain scope of general education, whether that be advanced learning, highly capable, special education, we have created this structure that requires specialists all over the place and requires students to go elsewhere to be served as for the individuals they are. And that's not best practice. Washington State as a state is 44th in the country for inclusive practices. We serve fewer students with special education needs in inclusive settings than 43 other states. And I'm bringing this up because a lot of what some of our speakers were talking about are students who are what's called twice exceptional, which is exceptional cognitive and academic capabilities and in need of special education services or having other disabilities. We have sort of we have codified this sense in all of our buildings that certain types of children do not belong in a general education classroom and have to go to another classroom or to another school to be recognized for who they are and receive education. And so I just wanted to, and it's not, so we have, as Director Hersey said earlier, playtime's over. Like all of our students are all of our students. There may be additional support needed, there may be additional services needed, but the idea that some students can only be served by some people somewhere else is the shift that we have to take. We're done saying, this is not my student, this is that person's student. This student, what is this student doing in this classroom? Where's the person who's supposed to be taking care of them? Now, that doesn't mean that everybody just gets crammed back in the same building with one teacher who's struggling to meet all of these needs, but it does mean that we have to make that big shift that we as a system can no longer say, oh, students in my class don't read ahead of grade level. If you read ahead of grade level, you have to go to a different school. That's not okay. That student's part of your class. And they deserve to be challenged and excited and engaged just like anybody else. The same with a student who is behind grade level. That support needs to come in for them, but they're still part of the general education classroom. And so that is a big philosophical shift that we have all been conditioned that this is the only way this will work and the only way students can be served. And it's not the case in other districts. And we know it's not the case in terms of what research shows as best practice. And so I just kind of want to contextualize that this is, for me anyway, about much more than only advanced learning and highly capable. That and the things that we need for accountability in this are for all of us to hold the entire system top to bottom accountable for meeting the individual needs of students and embracing them for who they are, in order to provide them with the most appropriate education that we can, and to have them be fully included members of their community. So I'm just kind of saying that to say the policy change is what is going to direct the district to make the changes that some of our commenters are concerned about. That we can't wait till everything's perfect to then do the policy, because the policy is what's going to tell the district this is what we're doing now. And so it is a bit of a leap of faith. And I do think that we can do it. We have such awesome educators. We have such incredible families, and we just have to hold ourselves to this and also know that it's not going to happen overnight, and it is going to take work and time. And this policy change will allow us, hopefully, to do that.
Okay, we're going to go now to Director Hersey.
I don't have any questions, mostly just, an undying regard for Dr. Pedrosa and the work that's gone into this. As a second grade teacher, I know firsthand that there are neurologically diverse children. There are definitely children in our system who need specialized learning environments. No one's saying that they don't. But what we are saying is that for a long time, we have been taking or at least attempting to take very large steps toward making our learning environments more equitable, making them more inclusive, and making them more accessible to our students across so many different classrooms. So all I will say is, as we are embarking on this journey, given all of the comment that we've heard tonight, many of those folks I've been able to share space with in different opportunities over the past couple of years, is that this is going to be a process, as many folks admitted to, is necessary, and one that we as a system also have to be able to deliver on this lofty ideal that we've set for ourselves, that we're going to be able to serve everybody in their individual classrooms. And so both of those things are true. We need to make sure that we're serving all students, and we also need to hold ourselves accountable to making sure if that we're going to say that this new model is the direction in which we're headed, that we are doing everything in our power to ensure that it is the best possible version of that model. So again, excited for the work that's gone into this. Thank you, Dr. Pedrosa, and I'll pass on to the next director.
Okay, thank you, Director Hersey. Director Dury?
I don't have any questions. I do want to say that I echo what has been said. I appreciate the context that Dr. Pedrosa and Director Rankin have provided for us. And I also think that this is exactly in alignment with the board policy move to student outcome-based governance, and I look forward to working in alignment with that and ensuring that the accountability piece is there in the procedures, and that we are setting the policy and the guardrails to make sure that all students are being are accessing their greatest level of success. So thank you all.
And has Director Harris been able to join us? I don't think I see her number. Okay, Director Rivera-Smith.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Director Rankin and Chief Pedrosa, regarding all the information you shared with us. It was really reassuring to hear your acknowledgement that it's going to take a culture shift, not just as to why we're doing this, but how it's going to happen, and the commitment to following it up with the training and research it's going to need. I wanted to ask, just if I could, regarding the change of the policy name. I was wondering if you could explain why we're removing advanced learning from that.
And I'll just explain briefly, and then Ms. Berry can also add, one of the shifts we're making is in regards to services and being really thoughtful about our goal is to provide services for students through highly capable services and in alignment with the state law as well. So we're trying to be in alignment with the state using policy, and then also about programming. I mean, if you think about programs in itself, those already set up in terms of sort of like, again, this almost this self-contained type of environment, right? We want those. We do recognize that sometimes that has to happen for some students, but it doesn't necessarily happen like all periods of the day, all the time. And the goal is to make sure that we really work with schools that they can provide services to the students in multiple ways. I also have Ms. Berry here that can also answer additional questions.
Okay, I think that was covered sufficiently.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you for that. I only had another question. So, and bear with me here. This is, I was hoping, and I don't know if you could, it might be another staff member, but somebody could tell us what happened to the class size reduction that was promised in 2014 with passage of I-1351. Initiative 1351 is, was now amended prototypical school funding model formula to lower class sizes in all grades and provide additional class size reductions in high poverty schools. I know that Governor Inslee signed legislation delaying the initiative's full implementation back in 2015, and which was running for 4 years. But the first biennium by which the legislator was to provide the funding for the prototypical staffing increases was changed to 2019-21 biennium. With full funding required by the end of 21-23 biennium. So anyways, background, I'm just wondering if anybody can tell me where we are with that. And I will say now that I'm asking because I think we can all agree that MTSS and differentiated learning is aided when class sizes are smaller. And so I'm just trying to gauge if smaller class sizes might come into play as we roll out this 5 or 6 year plan here. So if anybody can tell me where that is, that would be helpful.
I don't have the answer for that right now. It's something we can get to you, right? So I understand the question now, so I'm writing it down, and then but we'll get to that question and answering that. But I think we can. I'll work with my team to provide an answer for you. I don't have that answer.
Yeah, I know. I thought maybe I don't know if it's Ellie or someone else, Julia, who might.
I think Chief Berge can probably answer that question pretty quickly.
Yep, we're nowhere. It's not funded. That's where we're at.
Yeah, no, I suspected, but I was hoping that there'd been something going on. I just, like I said, I think it would add to our community's confidence in the success of this plan, knowing that that would come into play at some point. But I know we're not in charge of that. We're just kind of waiting. Right.
That's correct. None of 1351 has not been funded, and there are no plans for that.
Gotcha. Well, hopefully that's something we can keep advocating for as a district for the community, because that would definitely, like I said, I think that would come into play in so many of our programs in our schools as a whole, right? I mean, I know that K-3 class sizes is funded as far as class size goes, but we do get some of those dollars, and we have put that to work in our schools. And the capital improvements. So anyway, I was just asking, I appreciate all the work. I know that this has been a long road. It has been about 1.5 years since the committee took this up and did not pass it through. But I think it's changed since then too. I think it definitely has grown and evolved. So it's a better plan today than it was then. I hope you're around to help us see it through. Constance, I know that's a big task, but it would be helpful. It would be great. Either way, I know we have a lot of dedication to this. And again, it's gonna be an ongoing process of getting all of our staff and communities on board with the changes and the trust building. So
I do want to add, can I just add something to that just a little bit? I think for one of the things I will say, the reason why I feel very confident about this policy coming through is this policy isn't just owned by advanced learning, right? It's actually become a policy that's now we've done so much collaboration with the CNI department. The work we've been doing has been hand in hand with principals, middle school principals, elementary principals. They've advised us, given us feedback. They sit on all the committees. They sit on the advisory committee. We've had monthly meetings with them. So on the instructional side of the house, we're all in alignment and we're all linked arms with this. And so I would just want to share that this is one of, I can honestly say, full commitment. This is a district systemic embracing of this policy moving forward. Dr. Conce Pedrosa it's not her, it's a district policy. So I just want to share that with the team because I feel really confident that this has really been, the baton I'm going to use Dr. Scarlett's analogy of picking up the baton. They have picked up the baton and they're not letting go. We're actually holding it all together. So we're all holding it together. And and I'll just share an example of that. So one example of that is our science department, right? Our science department's they've been working with our advanced learning department's been working with the science department, working with highly capable teachers in middle school science to develop some of the works and strategies. But as an offshoot from that, to say this isn't just about an advanced learning initiative, now our special ed department is working with that same science department to provide those curricular work and supports and trainings for teachers as well. So I just want to share that's an example of things that we're doing together, collectively together. And it is a we policy. I'm just sharing, it is definitely a we policy.
Thank you. No, that is good to hear, and I believe that is a commitment and a shared aspiration for all of us to get this happening. And I appreciate Director Rankin mentioned an amendment. It sounds like it's coming for as far as the accountability portion. I look forward to seeing what that entails. So thank you all.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it was a very important point with the highly capable racial equity advisory group. That was the number one point, and I agree with them 100%.
Thank you. No
okay, thank you, Director Vera-Smith. Director DeWolf. Director DeWolf.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, my dogs were making noise. So I have just a couple quick questions, and I want to just reiterate something that Director Rankin mentioned, which is that we have engaged with this conversation for a long time, and I know that you've conducted some shorter one-on-one, two-on-two discussions with directors, and we had a really, really good discussion at our SSC&I committee meeting. So I just wanted to elevate a couple of questions I had, because I know we have a lot of folks paying attention and listening tonight. So my first one is just around, can you clarify what was done for community engagement? Because I think that there's some misinformation that somehow we didn't do community engagement, but as I understand it, there was some pretty extensive community engagement. So I'd love you to clarify for folks what that looked like.
We actually, if you go into the page, so in the document that's online, there's actually a community engagement page that talks about additional community engagement. So we went out into communities, various organizations, but we also went to schools and we met with school teams as well. So we've developed that. It's actually linked on the page. So all the engagement we've done, because that came out of, I'll just share, that came out of the recommendations from a year and a half ago, is to make sure we've done community engagement. And if people want to see an example, I'll just give an example that's highlighted of some of the community engagement and the presentations we've done in community. CSEC actually recorded the engagement session we did, and it's actually posted on their Facebook page that anyone can view. But we were at Thurgood Marshall, we've been at Cascadia, we've been at all the different schools, most of our pathway schools. We've met with the Black families from Thurgood Marshall. We've continued to work with our advisory group. We've worked with, community CSEC, D7, and the Indian, our Indian parent advisory group. We've gone out to different community, but it is listed, it is posted. And if there is a broken link or something that I'm not aware of, I'll make sure that we get that corrected, but that information is online.
May I also add that this is just the start. The communication and trust building with our community and families and staff is paramount to moving something of this magnitude forward. And we're committed to that.
Yeah, and it's not going to stop. We have more planned for next year. It's going to continue because we still have work to do, right? We still have some work to do. So we have to provide updates to the community as we continue to go.
Understood. Thank you so much, Dr. Pedrosa. My other question too, and just a kind of point about that is I'm really excited for bringing on Dr. Brent Jones, because I know that his leadership will be really pivotal during this time. So I know that will be helpful throughout this whole process as well. The other final thing I wanted to ask is if you can clarify the timeline. I think people think that this is some sort of it's going to happen tomorrow and then everybody's life's going to change. But as I understand it, one of the most important parts that I think has attracted some directors on this board who are a little bit tentative about this type of proposal was the kind of the long arc of transition to this. So if you could just share a little bit more about that for folks, that would be very helpful.
Yes, I'll start and then I'll let Ms. Berry add anything that I've forgotten, because sometimes we need to tag team. The timeline actually, so I'm a parent in the system, right? And so when we actually choose services and supports for our children, there is an expectation that our students continue with those services. So we carefully thought out of a system where we transition over time. And so we still need to develop some of our procedures and processes. We've got many of them in place, but there's some refinement we have to do. There's some other things we need to continue. We got to test them. We also have to test them and make sure that they're actually getting the results that we want to get with these services and procedures that we're designing. So there's all those pieces that have to happen, but it's just going to be happening one grade level at a time. I don't want to use the term. I hate to use the term. It's the term we use often, but give me another term for transitioning. But we're going to be phasing things through 1 year at a time. And so if you currently are in the cohort model, for example, I'll just use that as an example, in a pathway, your child will continue in that pathway through the system. And so that is what we will continue to do. And we will continue to communicate that. And then eventually, though, as we begin to move some of our services and many of our services into neighborhood schools and build out that model and training and supports for teachers along the way, we will actually then move up those. And in those places where there is a cohort, a classroom or a cohort school, we would have to do some work. This might impact a school, like when you're thinking of one of our North End schools, that it's a whole school. There would have to be a conversation about then what happens to the school, but it would eventually become one of the neighborhood schools in the area. But then again, just a reminder to the community, that too has to go in front of the board for a board vote to make sure that those things happen too. So there's a lot of board there'll be a lot of board time to sort of work through some of these things. So for one other thing we're doing is refining our procedures. So we'll have to submit another draft on those, and board will be part of those processes along the way. So everything's going to be iterative. It's not going to be a change, a swift change. If your family is in the model that we have currently designed, that is the model you will remain in until your child transitions into their next grade level, or not next, but their next school or transition period.
And Concy, if I could add one more thing that I think is really important, is that next year is a year that we're doing some pilots. And it will be the following year, 22-23, when all K1s across the district have this implementation with support.
That's all my questions. The only thing final comment I'll say is when we had a rich discussion about this in the SSC&I committee a couple of weeks ago, I was really surprised to hear Director Harris fairly enthusiastic about the development and the long work that you have all put in to take feedback and really orient this policy change in a way that I think satisfies the concerns and the needs that are brought up from community and the board. So I just thank you for all of your incredible work, Dr. Pedrosa and Ms. Berry. I look forward to supporting this, and I'll pass it to the next director.
Thank you, Director DeWolf. And I do feel badly that Director Harris can't be joining us to speak to this, as I know she'd have would appreciate having that opportunity. And but she had some really major work obligations she could not get out of, which is always a difficulty with our during the day times, during the workday times for our board meetings. As far as my questions, I am very appreciative of having been as a board member, both actually as a community member prior to even being on a board, having staff come to our Native Parent Advisory Committee meetings to talk about even the prospect of bringing this forward. So I know that this has been a very targeted, very long-term process, and that as was indicated, that the roll out or unrolling and rolling back up into neighborhood schools process is over a very long period of time with ample opportunity to ensure that we effectively develop services within our buildings. And for me, one of the things that's always remained the loss amongst not just the lack of access for students furthest from educational justice, which is ubiquitous, but also the loss of opportunity for students who are highly capable. I'm still not a big fan of that term, but highly capable in one particular area, but not all areas. And we'll never be able to provide those services, or as Director Rankin described at the beginning, to have that inclusionary perspective, which is in fact best practice, where a student who might really struggle in literacy, but excel in mathematics would have equitable access to advanced learning opportunities. And I think that that's absolutely critical. Are at a point, or got to a point within my academic career as a young person, that we saw kind of the erasure of individuals that didn't have the ability to succeed in all things. There sort of became one flavor of student that was going to get accepted into colleges, and really in many ways I feel like just became an achievement culture rather than an inspired culture, inspirational culture, and really focused on the true depth of understanding of any particular subject. Some students are going to be Jacks and Jills and of all trades, and be able to excel in those things. But that's been a hard thing to see. Students feel like if they're not smart, if they're not excelling in all things, and that's just simply not the case. And from a cultural standpoint, one of the reasons I appreciated staff coming out to our parent meetings is to hear, from a cultural and a values perspective, how differently different communities actually view the notion of quote unquote advanced learning, or highly capable, or giftedness. And there really are substantial differences in how we view those things. And so I know that it took a tremendous amount of work and bravery, Dr. Pedrosa, for you and your staff and all other departments to bring this all together. And it's been an impressive process, a well-communicated process, and particularly to those communities that we're trying to actually finally serve, that have remained unserved entirely with our advanced learning model, or underserved at best. And so I just want to give out my appreciation to you all for continuing to move this forward. It is something that is a long time coming, and I look very much forward to voting yes for this when it comes up for action next time. So thank you. And as always, I'm happy to answer questions and talk to school communities about it as well. And then the hard work begins, and we do need to be held accountable to the specific outcomes for students that have access to, or don't have access to, or access these programs. So, which is again what we're going to talk about at the end of tonight's session, which is student outcomes focused priorities and governance. And I think that this particular shift is going to be something that we're going to be paying very close attention to, and I so appreciate all the work that has gone into this.
Thank you.
Okay, and I know you all have taken, it's hard. It's a very, very hard transition. And everything you stated at the beginning, Dr. Pedrosa, in terms of the, critical race theory was really well received from my part. And with that, I think I will move us on to the next item. Thank you so much for your time with that. And I was trying just a little bit to buy some time in case Director Harris was able to jump on, but she wasn't. So we'll move on to introduction item number 2, BEX 4, BTA 4, Resolution 2020/2123, acceptance of the building commissioning report for the Daniel Bagley Elementary School addition project. This came through OPS on April 1st for approval. Chief of Operations, Fred Podesta, I believe you will be briefing us.
Yes, thank you, President Thompson. In July of 2020, our capital team completed a project at Bagley Elementary. It was a modernization of the historic part of the building and an addition of 8 classrooms and a gymnasium. What this action does is accept a commissioning report. Commissioning is a quality assurance process by which an independent commissioning agent verifies and documents that the new construction's mechanical systems and electrical systems are correctly installed and they work as intended and that they can be well maintained. That process is complete. The systems have been verified, and the board approving a resolution to accept that commissioning report allows us to complete the D-form process, as it's known by the office by OSPI, because this has state funding in it, and it'll help us secure about $2 million of state funding by accepting this commissioning report. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions the board may have.
And we'll go first to Chair of our Operations Committee, Director DeWolf.
Thank you, President Hampson, and great to see you, Fred. I hope you had a restful break. This came through the Operations Committee. We voted 3-0 to approve this to the board, and as I understand it, this is fairly technical or procedural. The alternative, just to clarify for folks, would be could put the district in a position such that we will not receive state funding assistance that is available for this project. So I do support it and look forward to any other questions from directors.
Okay, we'll go to Director Hersey.
I don't have any questions on this item. Thank you.
Director Dury.
No questions, thank you.
Assuming Director Harris is not with us yet. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. No, I don't really have any questions, but definitely just thanks to Fred and all that who did the work on the building. It's beautiful. I was able to be there. For the ribbon cutting and a tour of the school, and it is gorgeous, and look forward to our students enjoying it for years to come. So thank you.
Director Rankin.
I do not have any questions, but I also I will just say in response to Director DeWolf's very kind greeting to Chief Podesta, I do not think he had a restful break. And so, yeah, thanks, Fred. No questions about this item.
And no questions from me. So with that, we will move on to the next item, which I believe is also, we're going to come back to you, Chief Podesta. This is introduction item number 3, BEX 5, final acceptance of contract P5140 with Field Turf USA for the athletic field improvements at Ballard High School. Project. This came through ops on April 1st and is recommended for approval. Chief Podesta.
Thanks again. This is somewhat similar to the last action. This is just accepting a contract with a contractor who made improvements at Ballard High School at the athletic fields. As the board is aware, we typically renew athletic fields on roughly a decade-long basis. So the last improvements at Ballard High School had been in 2008. And this body of work was to demolish the previous field, to restore the underlying base, install soccer goals, install a new foundation and a new synthetic turf athletic field with cork and sand, natural products, not rubber, which we talked about before in these sessions. And the project architect in this case kind of provides our independent quality assurance and is recommending that we accept the process or accept the contract and release any retainage left with the contractor. And this is, again, somewhat a technical step required by the Washington Administrative Code with regards to our district public works contracts. And again, the field's in place. The project was done well within its budget, and the work is complete, so we should accept it. Thank you.
And Director DeWolf, we'll go first to you as Chair of the Ops Committee.
Thank you, President Hampson, and thank you again, Chief Podesta. As Fred said, this is fairly procedural. This is mostly just a celebration of completing the work, so fairly straightforward, and looking forward to supporting it.
Director Hersey.
No questions from me. Looking forward to supporting. Thank you.
Director Dury.
No questions, thank you.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Hi, thank you. I have one question. So when was this work completed?
Excuse me?
When was the work completed?
In the summer, at the end of last summer.
Okay. Okay. I just saw that the contractor's 1-year warranty period ends in August of this year. So I was trying to say, like, well, we didn't have really much time to use it. Make sure
Yeah.
going good there.
Again, it was planned for last summer and, planned to be used in the 2021 school year. We're using it. We're starting to use these fields now a little bit. And again, I think we still do quality assurance on the field and do some maintenance. So I think we're confident.
No further questions. Thank you.
Director Rankin?
No questions from me on this. Thanks.
And I think I just have one question. I know we're at a 10-year time frame. So you said for replacement, are we seeing with newer products? Are we seeing any shift in the duration? It's too early to say, right? Since I'm just trying to think. I think we shifted the type of turf that we were using.
We were avoiding the granulated rubber. I think we've continued to do work on kind of the foundational layers of the field. So they also vary, how many sports and how they get used. But I think we're seeing good performance. I don't know that at this point I can say with confidence that, we're seeing a much longer duration. So we're still using roughly a 10-year period for planning purposes, but we'll continue to monitor it, and I think we try to get as much life out of the fields as we can.
Yeah. Yes, we all know when we come home with all that stuff in our shoes as they get older. Okay, thanks. Just curious how I think that's one of the earliest board meetings I listened to was a shift in the turf approval, and it's something that quite literally most families come into contact with, a decision that literally impacts our students, and something that I know doesn't seem like a big deal, but that we all care about. So other than that, I don't have any further questions. And that takes us to, oh wait, did I miss anybody? I don't think I did, no. That takes us to our board comments. So thank you, Chief Podesta. And so we can, if you have committee updates, feel free to share those during your comments as well. If we could please try to keep it to keep your comments to 2 minutes so that we have ample time to do the critical work of student outcomes focused governance, narrowing down our goals for this coming year, which is in fact very closely associated with doing the planning for next year. What are in fact we going to measure in terms of our success and guardrails. So I'm going to pass it first to Director Hersey to give any comments that you have.
Yeah, for the interest of time, I'm going to save any comments. I'll take my remarks about Brother George at the beginning of the meeting as my comments, so we can move on to the next director so we can get to the student outcomes work. Thank you.
And Director Dury, you're up next.
I don't have any comments tonight. I'll leave the time for our work moving forward. Thank you.
And Director Rivera-Smith.
Hi. Thank you. I guess I'll start with this being the last meeting for Superintendent Juneau. I don't know what to say. I know it's been, I want to say thank you, I guess, for your 3 years of service to Seattle Public Schools. Although I've only been working with you for the last year and a half, it has felt like so much longer. I think that has a lot to do with COVID. But you know, I appreciate all the good work you've done for our district. I know it has not been at all easy. I'm not even without COVID. And you made a lot of, you know, you made a lot of pivotal decisions, and you sometimes got a lot of heat for those, and wasn't always deserved. You were strong. You're a strong woman, and I appreciate, like I said, just getting to know you. I wish we could have had more time together because I always enjoyed our conversations, and again appreciated all the work. I saw how the staff respected you and appreciated your work with them. And I know that, you know, we have some staff leaving now, so it's going to be a big shift for us here at SPS. Thank you to the staff, to Chief Jesse, Chief Codd, others who might be leaving. Again, like there's not much. I can't encapsulate all the gratuity that you deserve for the hard work. You will be missed, all of you, because, you know, we are a family. And like family, we don't always agree, but we appreciate each other and we work together as best we can. And I hope that you leave with some good memories of your time here too, because you have a lot to be proud of, with the strategic plan and all the work with community, and again with the staff. So I really do wish you the best going forward. If you're around, I do hope we can still catch up, but definitely. Good luck to you and everything that you look to accomplish in the future. On reopening, I know we had a lot of speakers today asking about that, and I will say, you know, I do want to say that, you know, one of our speakers tonight said that that their student has been left alone for the last year and a half, and I really, you know, that's really, I mean, insulting, I guess, to our teachers who really have gone above and beyond this last year to make what they could of remote learning, because it wasn't easy for them at all. And I know a lot of students, you know, a number of students, I don't know how many, but a number of students have struggled greatly in this. And I heard it acknowledged that some have actually thrived, some have done well. So thank you for the community who acknowledged that. But to say that the students have been left alone is really just, you know, not fair at all, because our staff and teachers have done so much and worked so hard to make what they could of the situation. And I commend them for that, because we cannot, you know, just act like that wasn't the reality for them too. It was really hard, and a lot of those teachers actually, you know, did thrive too in this, and some struggled greatly. We acknowledge all of that, and we're working to get to a place where we can be in person again. I also, you know, I wish that there was more we could say about the fall. And I know this did come up at our executive committee meeting. I believe it was just this last month's one. And I asked about, you know, I think as we were talking about the upcoming board retreat, if we were going to be doing any planning at that for it. And I'd have to go back and look at what was said at the meeting specifically, but I do think there was some acknowledgement of there is an idea of how we're going to get there, and what the board is going to be working towards in the process to get there. And a lot of that is with this student outcomes focused governance work we're doing, because there is, you know, it's not about just opening the doors and being in person. There's a lot to go back to. There's a lot that when we do go back, it's not going to look the same. And it shouldn't look as it did when we left. We've learned a lot. We've come a long way, and we want to make sure it's the best experience for our students, for this educational justice, and improved experience that celebrates them and acknowledges them and their cultures, and everybody is ready for that, because there's a lot of work. Again, it's not just about being in person. There's more to it, and we're being very intentional about that. And I hope that there are some communications that can come out soon to let everybody know what that process might look like and what we're going to be doing. You know, so we're definitely listening to science. I don't know that anybody has tried to give the impression that we are against being in person full time, or against those, you know, doing the most we can to get there. Again, we're going to have a new superintendent and some new chiefs. So there's a lot of players involved that we can't speak for right now. But people, I do hope that we are able to, you know, put together some communications, because families are very curious and are very anxious to know what's going on there. And I acknowledge that, and I'm with you there. And hopefully we'll hear that soon. And I can't say anything better than Director Hersey did regarding the George Floyd conviction of Derek Chauvin and what that means to our communities and the world. Really, I appreciate his advice on how we should be framing that in our minds and in our work going forward. And I appreciate this board for all the work that we have done and are planning to do in support of our Black students and making this an anti-racist district. So thank you all. I will pass on to the next director.
Thank you. Director Rivera, I'm sorry, Director Rankin.
I have a lot that I could talk about, but I don't need to. Yeah, I'll just say a very quick thank you to Superintendent Juneau and other folks that are going on to other roles in other places. It's really bittersweet. We're in this period of tremendous amount of transition in the COVID situation, in conversations around what accountability looks like in policing, in schools, in our commitments to ourselves and our community members. And so I did not have a very restful spring break either. It was filled with a lot of grappling with some, pretty intense issues. But they all come back to where I've tried to land now is a feeling of hopefulness in moving forward and leaning into the sweet part of the bittersweet of transitions of saying goodbye to some folks and welcoming eventually some new people in, and also in looking towards fall, what the possibilities are. So I'm going to just try to focus on that. Gratitude for those leaving us and excitement for those who will be joining us. And as we move into this next phase of this year. Yeah, that's enough.
Thank you. Director DeWolf.
Thank you, President Hampson. I will be brief too. I want to first thank Superintendent Juneau for your service to the district and the city. I remember about 3 years ago, we were in the midst of hiring, and I was a strong advocate for Denise to come on board as the leader of the district. So I, differently than I think some directors on the call today, have been here since the beginning, and I'm so grateful to have had the pleasure to work with Denise Juneau over the course of the last few years. And also just wanted to elevate that the House passed the capital gains tax today. So I'm hopeful that in a state where we are not amply or really even fully funding basic education, that there will be a more reliable, sustainable stream of funding for education, childcare, and all the things that will support young people and their development to be successful in whatever they endeavor in their lives and their future. So I'll just end there. I'm looking forward to that. And the other thing, sorry, I wanted to just to mention was Vice President Hersey mentioned at the top of the hour yesterday's news about the guilty verdict for Derek, Officer Derek. I can't remember his last. Don't know how to pronounce his last name, but just want to really thank Vice President Hersey for elevating his comments, and absolutely agree and recognize that on the same day we were celebrating, or however people felt about the verdict, police killed another young person who, at her age, Ma'Khia Bryant, 15 or 16 years old, would be one of our students. And so this issue is not done. We're not done talking about it. And I hope we can keep the momentum and do what we can as a system to ensure that schools are safe, welcoming, and places where we honor and value the lives of our Black students. So thank you.
Thank you, Director DeWolf. I am just going to briefly go over the executive committee summary that we didn't, this was on the April 8th executive committee meeting. We had the initial, we had a discussion about the authorization for reduction in force, which is not a required board action, meaning a reduction in force as is required to be communicated to to SEA by the 15th is not necessary and at the board approval level. That is within the authority of the superintendent. I think, you know, we're at a time where it could not be more critical than to start to create some really clear delineations with respect to what is our role as a board. We are not alone in needing to create that clarity, what it is that school boards do, what we have authority over, what we don't have authority over, and how we exercise that authority effectively or not so effectively. And so this is one of those areas where if it's something that it wouldn't be taken to action until the next superintendent comes on, until Dr. Jones is on. And so it didn't make sense to, as a committee, we wanted to put it forward first, the rest of the board to have a look at and be able to understand the nature of that resolution. And even though we didn't have a lot of support, we had put it forward for consideration. But staff had since determined to pull that resolution, as it didn't, again, represent a requirement for a potential reduction in force, which again hasn't been confirmed in any case. There's no specific, we don't know what that specific reduction might be. So so we had that conversation. It was a good one, and then ultimately that was pulled off the agenda, which everyone can see publicly. The perfunctory items, we've extended the legacy that Director Harris left on the committee to have discussions with our labor partners, and so we had our carpenters represented at that meeting. That was a great discussion and a way to kind of elevate yet another one of our labor partners that we're very grateful for their hard work that often remains unseen. And so that was a good part of the meeting. And then thanks to Director Hersey, we had the opportunity to hear from the Rainier Beach High School Design Advisory Team, and then later that week I participated in a celebratory call with the unveiling of that design. And I really appreciated the opportunity to hear from that team, from their leadership, and the very, very long-term, 20-year process that has led to this moment. And I think it's a critical indication of how we often don't tell some of the stories that we need to tell, and how community had to fight to get to that place, and is really excited about and proud of the work that's moving forward in constructing that new building. And then also talked about our just the very beginning stages of what the very lengthy process will be for a permanent superintendent process, as Dr. Jones is coming on as an interim. So that's it from the committee work, and I am going to leave it at that for as far as my comments. Assume Director Harris has not joined us yet. And if not, then I am going to ask directors to pull up the strategic plan and their notes on goals and guardrails, and turn it over to Mr. Crabo.
President Hanson?
Yes.
Is it possible for us to take a 2-minute pause?
Sure.
For a bio break?
Yes. Let's just, as you need, let's take 2 minutes. We'll reconvene at 5:52.
Thank you.
joined again by AJ Craybill from the Council of Great City Schools. AJ will be leading us in the next step for work on goals and guardrails for our strategic plan, Seattle Excellence. And I will now pass it over to AJ.
Good evening. Joy to be back with you again. So this evening's task is fairly straightforward, but not necessarily simple. What we're going to do is we're going to go through your existing strategic plan, because I want to lift up, just going to bring us back to why we're doing this. So you all have already identified a strategic plan. You've already identified, a mission, a vision, and theory of action, and a set of 4 priorities. These priorities even go so far as to have some measurable ideas about them. What you don't have, however, is a really concise, clear way to identify which student outcomes the board most wants to focus in on and actually be able to monitor on a recurring basis. And what you don't have is a clear set of no more than 5 clearly defined community values that are the non-negotiables, and a set of metrics that you'll use to monitor progress toward those. And so your strategic plan, the intention is not to modify it, but the intention also is not to deviate from it. You've done that work. The sole effort toward which we've been working is just to give you the skills you need to draw from the existing strategic plan the measures that you'll use to monitor progress relative to your strategic plan over the next few years. This is also important because you'll use these metrics for a variety of other things. You'll use them to help identify how do you want to spend your time during board meetings. Right now, your board meetings are very wide-ranging and have, as I watch them, I don't see really a clear, coherent vision that you all are pursuing, that you're saying, these are non-negotiable vision and values of our community that have to come to pass. It feels like you all are jumping around and kind of going after whatever the thing of the moment is. Having expressed a set of goals and guardrails from your strategic plan, we can then use that. The next step is using those to say, here's exactly what we're going to hone in on. That means there are certain things that we're going to focus on in board meetings, but it also means that there's certain things that we're going to say no to. Every time that we say no to something, that actually strengthens our ability to say yes to the things that we say matter the most. This is also incredibly valuable because you all are going to be pursuing on a superintendent search. And there's a very big difference between going out and looking for someone, who can talk the good talk, but you don't actually know what they can do, to what extent can they perform? Have they had any experience accomplishing the things you want accomplished? But right now, it's hard for you to even have that conversation because you don't have a clear, finite set of measurables to evaluate a potential candidate against. One of the other benefits then of having a clearly defined set of goals and guardrails is that when you do have candidates available, what you can do is you can look at their past record and try to derive from that some sense of, is there any evidence to suggest that they have the capacity to do the things that we say are the most prioritized vision of our community, our goals, and that we say are the most prioritized values of our community, which we define as guardrails. In addition, eventually you're going to want to, budget resources. And whether that is budgeting one-time dollars that are coming in, or whether that is doing your normal annual budgeting process, what you want as a governing team is a clearly defined set of metrics that you will use to ascertain whether or not the superintendent has focused the resources in the areas that you say demand focus. Right now, you, as a practical matter, don't have a really good tool, or at least nothing that you've shown me suggests you have a really good tool for accomplishing that. Your goals and guardrails can be that. And so that's the why we are having this conversation. And that's why, of all the places we could draw a set of goals and guardrails, our intention this evening is to do the work of drawing out a draft set of goals and guardrails from your existing strategic plan. Let you all kind of hone that this evening, and then in a subsequent meeting adopt that so that then we can move forward with actually putting into implementation what it means to actually be intensely focused on student outcomes. So that is the why of what we're doing this evening, and a little bit about the what we plan to do. Look into your strategic plan and from it draw out a set of goals and guardrails. Before we dive into the work, any questions or comments about any of the framing I just offered? Before we dive into the work, any questions about the framing or what we are here to accomplish this evening? Any questions? All right. Well, then you should have access to a strategic plan. In addition, I've jumped back into the notes document that I've shared with you all before that I believe that you all have shared out on your website. So I'll be taking notes again, but I'll also be flipping back and forth, looking at your strategic plan to try as we walk through it. And so the opening of your strategic plan, there are kind of two preamble pages. They have your mission, your vision, theory of action articulated. I'm going to slide past those. We may, in fact, wind up coming back to those. I think there's a large likelihood that we will. But for the moment, I want to slide past those, and I want to address the 4 priorities that you've identified beyond that. Priority number 1, high-quality instruction and learning experiences. So on this page, which is the 3rd page of your strategic plan, it's a 6-page document. So we're on page 3 of it. What there is to do right now is to look at it, and the first thing we're looking for is goals. Do you see a student outcome on this page that you believe, if you were going to adopt 3 high need, high leverage student outcomes to focus on, that this would be one of those 3? If you were going to adopt just 3 high need, high leverage student outcomes that you were going to be focused on as a board for the next few years, do you see something on page 3 that you would lift up as a candidate for that? It's got to be a student outcome, so there's a lot of adult inputs on this page. So I'm not asking about those. We're just looking at, are there student outcomes on here that you believe are, if we were only going to have 3, this one would have to be one of those because it's such a high need, high leverage area. Take a few moments and look. There doesn't have to be. We've got 3 more pages to look at after this. But you're looking for high need, high leverage. Yeah, you got something, Zachary?
If I understand the framework and the prompt, I think the one that sticks out to me is students of color who are furthest from educational justice will read it at grade level by 3rd grade.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is clearly a student outcome. It's talking about something that students know are able to do. And so that is absolutely eligible to be one of. And now let me ask you the follow-up question. Why would you suggest that of everything in this document, why that might be one of the 3 most high need, high leverage areas?
It stuck out for me because while I'm very compelled by the next one down, which is mathematics by 5th and 7th grade, and I've been a proponent of supports in 9th grade for on-track graduation, I feel like making sure we start as early as possible is more compelling to me. And the other 2, like I said, are really important. But for some reason, I'm just called to 3rd grade because I think that's I would rather be focused on earlier in a child's educational development.
Gotcha. Anyone else? Anything on page 3 that jumps out as a candidate for you? If the board was only going to pick 3 things, that these are high need, high leverage areas of student outcomes, what might you have? Yeah, Chandra?
I would definitely think consider the mathematics goal a good candidate. I appreciate that it's in the lower grades, kind of to Director DeWolf's point. I think that's pretty critical, and it is one of the areas where we fail to provide students. We fail the most. I don't even know how to frame that, but we do a really poor job in providing that opportunity now. I don't think it's as well defined. Proficiency, what does that mean? But I think that that if we better define it, that we could have a student outcome in terms of what are students in 5th and 7th grade, what do they know and are able to do relative to mathematics that would constitute proficient, and that would be a massive skill and asset that we can provide to them as they make their way through the rest of their educational career.
Okay. Anyone else? Page 3. Yeah, Brian, go for it.
Yeah, for me, similarly, it was the reading goal. I think we just need to get really specific, similar to the SMART goal that I presented last time, just because I believe that those are tangible skills, right? And so if we're having the conversation around how do we set goals based on what students can do, trying to figure out how are we aligning our expectations and aims from our strategic plan to actual skills attainment. So that's kind of where my head is at.
So how would you sharpen this up to meet that expectation? Do you want me to read the one you wrote last time?
Yeah, that would be perfect.
All right. The one you wrote was that by the end of the 23-24 school year, 80% of Black boys by the end of kindergarten will know and retain with 80% accuracy the names and sounds of every letter, predetermined high-frequency words, and vowel teams, digraphs, sounds. Was that the one?
Yeah.
Got it.
And I can imagine that we could do something similarly with math as well. Just throwing that out there. I know it's not necessarily related to the topic, but again, that hard skill acquisition, I think, is really interesting to me.
Got it.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Erin has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Erin, go for it.
Thanks. I just want to second what Brandon just said, and also think about the math one that was proposed in our notes as well, because one of the things that I was thinking of through these, especially from our conversation talking about like what is left to interpretation, when we say like we'll be reading at grade level, one of the things I keep thinking of is how do we measure that, and what standards are we using for that, and how do we determine the standards to use for that, and how does that I just feel that the one proposed by Brandon has much more clarity in how we would execute that.
Lisa, do you want to jump in as well?
I'm sure was Liza waiting?
No, I thought she came off mute, but she did not.
Okay, so I was just going to say that I feel really bad not like leaving out the students of color who are furthest from educational justice will feel safe and welcome in school. But I could see how that could maybe be reformed into like a guardrail. Because itself isn't really, I mean, that itself, I don't know, we don't say how it's measurable. I know that the goals should be like SMART goals where they have they have all the qualities of that.
Measurable. It's very much measurable. However, if they feel safe and welcome, generally I think of that as the result of what adults have done. That the adults have created a safe and welcoming space. So in my mind, that is not actually measuring student outcomes. It's actually measuring adult outcomes. It's not measuring what students know and are able to do. It's actually measuring what adults either have or haven't done. So for that reason, I actually agree with your original statement. I think it serves as a perfect example of a potential guardrail.
Yeah, and maybe the same with graduating college and career, because clearly as a school district, our ultimate goal, I mean, ultimately the original ultimate goal was graduating students, and of course we want them to be ready for whatever they're pursuing next. So, but again, that's maybe that could potentially be more of a vision or even another guardrail.
No, graduating college and career ready. That the students of color who are furthest from educational equity, educational justice will graduate ready for college and career. Is that the one you're speaking of?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that.
And I know we have
absolutely.
some. Sorry, we had a couple like on the compilation sheet here that were leaning towards that, and I had one too. Even what I was students being ready for whatever they want to pursue in life, but it's hard because we're trying to be very focused on like less than 5 of these. So I definitely see the importance of having a math and or reading goal to be more targeted.
And just to clarify, I would agree with you on this one, that this is descriptive of the student outcome. It does describe what students know or are able to do. Either they can demonstrate college and career level readiness, or they can't. And at that point, we have to be more descriptive about what do we mean when we say college and career level of readiness. But once we've defined that, that absolutely sounds like a student outcome. So that works. Anyone else? Something on page 3 before we move on to transition to page 4. Anyone else? Anything on page 3 before we transition? And Brent, if that's you, that's
There's a lot of feedback.
I just hit mute all, so if anybody is trying to talk right now, you are currently muted. I was trying to get rid of the feedback. AJ, you are currently muted, and Dr. Jones, I believe we are getting feedback from you. I don't know if you have another way to connect to the audio.
Okay, so everybody else was hearing that noise. That wasn't just me.
It was not.
Okay, yeah, Brent, you're cut off until you pay your internet bill. As for the rest of us, we will continue while they figure out that technology issue. Anyone else on page 3 before we transition to page 4? Anyone else on page 3 before we transition to page 4? Let's look.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think I'm the only one who hasn't said anything, and I pretty much concur with what's already been said.
Okay. Let's look at page 4. Predictable and consistent operational systems. Is there anything on here that you would want to lift up that the student outcome that would be one of your 3 kind of, if you had to pick just 3 high leverage, high need student outcomes to focus on for your goals, that this would be one of them? Page 4. I'm not hearing any takers so far.
I would just.
Oh.
Go ahead, Director Rankin.
I was just going to say, the goals on page 4, as they are stated, are not really student focused, student outcomes focused.
Yeah, this is really heavily talk about the customer service work that the adults are providing. That students would certainly be the recipients of, but unless your students are running the customer satisfaction, surveys, for your departments, then this probably isn't descriptive of student outcomes. Anyone else see something on page 4 that would jump out at you as a potential student outcome before we transition to page 5?
AJ, if I could just get clarity on how the goal of page 4 is not student outcome focused, and maybe I should totally get that, but got the word student in there, so maybe I'm associating it.
So everything that your school system does has some influence on the well-being of children. Everything your organization does. Do we pick this meal or that meal? Do we pick this schedule or that schedule? Do we use this type of seat on the school bus or that type of seat on the school bus? Like, everything you do has an influence on the well-being of children. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what is it that children know and are able to do. And so the question is, do you see something on page 4 that describes what it is that students know and are able to do, as distinct from what it is adults know and are able to do? And what I heard Eliza kind of describing is that a lot of this is descriptive of what the adults in the system are doing, not descriptive of what students know and are able to do. That's the distinction. And so generally speaking, our goals will be about what students know and are able to do, and our guardrails will be largely about what's going on in the adult realm. And so it's not that we're abandoning this page, it's that right now we're just focusing on goals, that's all. Anyone else? Something on page 4 before we transition to 5? Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to jump in again, and I think kind of related to what Zachary was asking. The strategic plan is the district's strategic plan. So when we are talking about, what our goals are going to be in terms of student outcomes, it doesn't, I'm kind of thinking out loud, so correct me if I'm thinking about this the wrong way. But it doesn't mean that these other goals are not important goals for the district to have, that like providing customer service and everything is still really important. But in terms of us as a board giving direction to the district and holding the district accountable for certain things, our focus is on student outcomes.
Yeah, the reason this is naturally confusing is because we're doing this completely backwards. So in a more rational governance world, the board would say, here's our community's vision, goals. Here are our community's values, guardrails. Superintendent and staff, develop a 6-page plan that describes how you're going to accomplish that. And they come back with this document based on that. That, my friends, did not occur. And so our options were throw this out and just start over from the beginning, or derive from this the work product that you should have developed on the front end to begin with. And the good news is, we can do it this way and it's going to be just fine. This isn't problematic. But if you're wondering, this seems a little bit backwards, you ain't wrong. So that's why it does seem a little bit odd. It's because normally you would do it the other way. And so what you wind up with is there's going to be a very finite set of metrics that you all are using to constantly hone the focus of attention and resources throughout the school system that you all will be constantly measuring and tracking progress toward. There's always going to be a much larger set of activities that the school system has to engage in order to actually follow through on even the finite number of goals you said. Like if you all say, hey, we really want to see students of color who are furthest from educational justice be proficient in mathematics in 5th and 7th grade, we're not going to stop teaching 6th graders. Like that's still going to be a thing. Like little AJ, you're in 6th grade now, fend for yourself for a year and come back and let us know how that turns out. Like that's not what's going to happen. So there's always going to be a whole lot of things that are still happening. The purpose of this activity is to say, if you could only focus on a few things that have to happen because they're the highest need, highest leverage areas, and that you all will take responsibility for saying, we're going to constantly monitor this, we're going to focus our energies, and because of our focus, we will absolutely help ensure that these things happen while the administration is taking care of everything else. This is what that's intended to be about. And so, yeah, there's always going to be, even if you had 1,000 goals, you would not encompass everything that your school system does in a day. And so what really makes a difference at the governance level is, are we prepared to be focused on a few things and cause those things to be priorities across our entire system in every corner of the school system? These things are guaranteed to be a focus, a priority. And then everyone else, after they've assigned some amount of energy and attention to these things, are then also attending to all the other many things that they have to attend to. This is just what it looks. This is what effective organizations do. Is they don't try to focus on everything at once. They try to kind of maintain space with all of the things that they have to do while forging ahead aggressively in just a few specific areas. You can try to do everything, and that will sound good to people, and everybody will like you more. But your children will suffer for your lack of focus. Other questions or thoughts about page 4 or 5? Anything else you see on there that might be worth pulling into a goal about student outcomes? All right, let's look at page 5. What outcomes for students are you saying on page 5 that might be pulled into, if you are only going to adopt 3 high need, high leverage goals that you wanted to constantly monitor and evaluate against on a monthly basis. What student outcomes do you see on page 5? What's a potential goal on page 5? Things that students know or are able to do. Other thoughts on page 5 before we transition to page 6?
Is AJ?
Yeah.
If I'm a student and I see a queer teacher or a Native teacher, do I know then, or can I know that I am represented and I can be a leader, I can be a teacher? Is that something that we can say is something that they're leaving knowing? Or is that not rise to that level? I mean, it's a stretch because it's not really, I mean.
Yeah, you're wondering if understanding the full range of potential that is within me is something that students would know or be able to do. Yeah. Context does matter. If I live within the context that I can't possibly be an astronaut, then I think there's less likely that I'll be an astronaut. But if I have, this kind of core held knowledge that I am capable of being an astronaut, that context is likely to be decisive in setting what behaviors I do and don't engage in, regarding science classes and, so on and so forth. So is that, is kind of my core knowledge of my own capacity and, worth and potential something a student can know or be able to do? I'd say you could put that in as a student outcome. So I think it could work as a goal. Thinking one step ahead, I'm trying to think of your measurement for that. I'm not questioning that such a thing is measurable. I am confident you all have no system in place of measuring it at the moment, and so that you don't have to. If you look at that student outcome and you think to yourself, this is one of our highest need, highest levels. Like if we don't get this thing right, like we're in such a deficit in this area that it's really going to disrupt our ability to get all the other things right for our students as well. If you feel that's, then yes, I would select it and then challenge your administration to figure it out. So I wouldn't be dissuaded just because you don't currently have a means of measuring it. But the moment you put it on the list, just understand that you are directing your staff. Okay, now we do need to find out a way of measuring this thing. Anyone else? Stuff on page 5 before we transition to page 6. Any other candidates you want to start with?
Yeah, so just on that conversation that you were just having, from our notes, I identified one of the goal ideas we had from the notes that says within 3 years from September 2022 to September 2025, SPS will increase the number of students of color furthest from educational justice who have achieved proficiency in their home or origin language from 200 to 400. To me, that goal in itself addressed page 3, 5, and 6. Which I thought was interesting, just of my own note taking. But in 5 specifically, because I do think, to Director DeWolf's point, that it is important to have representation in your school. But I think as an outcome-based measurement, that goal would show that would increase the cultural responsiveness of the workforce, would increase the diversity of the staff and leadership. So it has multiple impacts on.
Hold on. I'm confused. Help me out here. If we increase the number of students who are proficient in their home or origin language, how does that increase the cultural proficiency of staff?
I guess I'm making an assumption now that you're calling that, I'm making an assumption about that goal, assuming that in order to achieve that, we would have adults within the system who could teach the languages and would be culturally responsive to those languages.
Got it. So you're assuming that the only way we could possibly accomplish that increase is by increasing access to instruction, which means also increasing instructors who have that capacity. Is that kind of the logic chain you're connecting?
Yeah, I wouldn't say the only way, but I do think it would be one of the ways that we would see that play out.
Okay. Anyone else? Something from page 5 before we transition to page 6. Thank you for that, Erin. All right. Yeah.
If I may. Looking at it, I mean, I think we all sort of know that a culturally responsive workforce will lead to outcomes, better outcomes for our students. It's obviously trying to measure or quantify or pinpoint where that happens and how it's reflected, and therefore how we measure it. So I almost feel like going back to the last page 3 with the students of color who are furthest from educational justice will feel safe and welcome in school. That's sort of like a goal dependent on the workforce. These are all like overlapping in a way. I don't know if that makes it into a student outcomes goal, because when we talk about that, then it was sort of a thing. Well, yeah, we probably can measure it. We don't do it now. Feeling safe and welcome.
Oh, which one did you say? I didn't catch that.
We talked about it in page 3, the high quality instruction and learning experiences.
Yeah, which one on page 3?
Students of color. The first one there, the students of color who are furthest from educational justice will feel safe and welcome in school. That, I think, is derived from the culturally responsive workforce. And that's what makes that possible. The students feeling safe and welcome in schools.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm trying to find a way of making it into a goal, but again, like it's about quantifying and measuring, the feelings of safe and welcome. And we do the climate surveys in the spring. We didn't do them last spring, and I don't think we did in the spring either. So we do attempt to measure that kind of thing. Those are, I believe, anonymous though, so we can't really pin in on which of the students' answers are students who are furthest from educational justice. I think we do them as a whole. So I don't know that would be a way of measuring if students furthest from educational justice feel safe and welcoming, safe and welcomed. Anyhow, I'm just thinking out loud here.
Yeah, and again, I would not be dissuaded by difficulties around measurement. If it is the authentic representation of the vision of the community, then you all need to identify it as a goal. If it's an authentic representation of the values of the community, then you all need to identify as a guardrail, and let the uneasy task of figuring out how to measure it, fall to the guy with the squeaky microphone. Was there other ideas, Lisa?
Oh, no.
We were on page 5. Let's look at page 6. As we're still thinking about potential goals, if we're thinking about what are the highest need, highest leverage areas of student outcomes, things that it is that our students know and are able to do, that if we're only going to pick, 3 of them, what are the things that we most need to be focused in regarding what our students know and are able to do? What do you see on page 6? You're only going to pick 3. What are the highest need, highest leverage things that students know or are able to do? Like if we don't nail these, we make nearly impossible the task of fulfilling on all the other promises that we have for our students. Yeah, John.
Well, I mean, they're not established as goals. They're inputs. Giving students voice is an input, right?
Yeah, generally when I think about anything in the realm of participation, is typically at best an output. So for example, if we said we're going to have more IB courses for students furthest from educational equity. Well, the fact that we have more students sitting in courses, that's a participation thing. It's an output. It's an important step in the direction, but it describes what they participated in. It doesn't describe what they actually know or are able to do.
So, and I think sort of along with the last one, I appreciated the conversation or the dialogue between you and Director DeWolf around what it is to have that sense of knowing that these are things that I can do and be, and what that provides that as a result of having the people teaching you that are reflective of you and your community and your culture and your language. And this is kind of in that same way that you feel that you and your voice matters, that your parents' voice matters, that sense of knowing that I do have a voice. So you are in fact then more able to speak up. It's something that in order to measure, we would have, and we have a relatively robust survey tool. We could ask that question. It does get broken down by demographics. We could grapple with that, if we want to make that a goal. It's just a lot less concrete. I think that to me, these last two fall into that category of, and I wrote the one about the language because that's important to me. And important to many of the community folks that from my community and that I talk to, but is that the sort of, as you stated, the highest need goal for where we are right now? I don't know how to answer that, and I think that we could this falls into that, this page, this engagement, which is something we really struggle with in this district. For me, it makes more sense as a guardrail, I guess, in terms of implementation, but that's kind of where I am right now.
If I was going to try to connect the dots between what you and Zachary said, probably the conversation I most frequently hear board members gravitate toward in this genre is what he was talking about, was really kind of, I feel like, probably fits into CASEL. CASEL has the Collaborative for Academic Social Emotional Learning, and they got these 5 core competencies. I think what he was describing was really around probably self-awareness, if I had to pick one of the 5. That kind of most closely maps what he's lifting up, whereas kind of relationship skills or maybe self-management or might be the closest kind of categories that yours fit into. I lift that up only because it's kind of a fairly known framework. I'm not suggesting it's the right one for you all, but just as an example, I can think of another district that I'm working with right now, and essentially what they said is we're going to take these 5, CASEL competencies, and one of our goals is we want to see an increase, in the percentage of our graduates who can demonstrate facility with each of these 5 competencies. Right now, we're guessing that 50% of our graduates really demonstrate adequate facility with these 5 competencies. And we want to see that increase to 80%. And then it becomes the task, of Jones and company to go figure out, okay, how are we going to measure this thing? And that superintendent and her team, what they've done is they've started building out a series of rubrics, rubrics going all the way back to 3rd grade. So remember, in this case, the board passed a goal around what they want graduates to know and be able to do in these 5 social emotional areas. And the administration's response was, okay, here's what we're going to do in 3rd grade, that kind of begins to plant the seeds for these 5 competencies. And here's what we're going to do in 5th grade, and here's what we're going to do in 7th grade. And at the moment, that's where it stops. None of the administration's measures or responses even touch high school, because they're basically making the argument, like, these things take time to, like, the harm done that has beat this out of children takes time to restore. And if we don't start intentionally building that system at the very, early grades, then we're not going to be able to magically duct tape it, at 10th grade. And so I don't know if you all adopted something of that nature. I think both of you are right. I think it fits within the spirit of your strategic plan, but I can't even begin to predict where your administration will go with it, because it's such a immature learning space. We just don't have a lot of school systems that have really leaned into this in the way we're describing. So you all can go that way if you feel like this is one of the kind of high need, high leverage areas that the school system needs to nudge in the direction of. But be prepared for kind of the roller coaster of uncertainty that comes from really being out front of most of the rest of the country when it comes to a conversation of that nature. Like if you all talk about literacy, Brandon's always going to be able to rattle off what are the key components of literacy and what are the things you have to do to get there. You start talking about social emotional learning, you may not have anybody in your system who has Brandon level proficiency with SEL. It's just understand that it puts you in a place of greater uncertainty. That's not a problem. If it's the authentic vision of your community, then lean into it. But just know that it's going to be uncomfortable for you at times as you're navigating that uncertainty. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. That's super helpful. And I do think that there's, as you said, because it's an immature learning space, also because it's undiscovered yet, I think what it means to experience that sort of quite literally academically as a child, and then to actually experience that relationally. And if the adults in your system are still operating under their former framework, it may not have traction. So it's a big lift, but
it would most certainly require adult behavior change system-wide.
Right.
Just because this is relatively new stuff. Like if you've got people who been teaching for 20 years, literally this organization didn't even exist. So there's no way this could have been part of their teacher pre-service training. And so it certainly would create disruption in your organization, but that's what appropriate governance goals do. They cause disruption on behalf of the needs of children. Anyone else? Page 6. Any other potential goals about student outcomes that you want to lift up? And page 3, 4, 5, and 6 all fully available. Anyone else? Potential goals about student outcomes you want to lift up from page 3, 4, 5, or 6? All right, so that will still be open, so the door's not closed on that, but let's shift gears now. Let's go back to page 3 and let's have the same conversation, but now with guardrails. So now we're thinking about what's our community's vision for what our students would want to be able to do. That's goals. But now we're switching away from that. Now we're digging into guardrails. So we're thinking, what are the non-negotiable values that have to be protected, have to be honored? These are non-negotiables. There are going to be 1,000 different things that you want to honor and protect, but you can't have all of those. If you were only going to pick 3, if looking at page 3, is there something on page 3 that might be one of those 3 values that just must be a non-negotiable? If we don't protect this, everything else is going to fall apart. As you're looking at page 3, what potential guardrails do you see?
I think that first goal could be a guardrail that within the context of all the goals, the superintendent will not allow students of color who are further, or I'm not sure how to phrase it exactly, but not allow students of color who are furthest from educational justice to feel unsafe and unwelcome.
Yeah, no, you know that. That's literally what I wrote down. Anyone else? Potential guardrails from page 3. What are the non-negotiable values of the community that must be honored? Yeah, Hampson, what you got for us?
So I think this is where the I'm trying to find it. I know we all wrote it down somewhere. This is where the deficit not doing the superintendent shall not. Sorry, let me get to my document here.
Yeah, you wrote down a lot of ideas on this one.
Superintendent, well, I had two critical ones for me. And the first one, oh, there we go. I'll say these quickly. Superintendent will not allow incidents and cultures of racism and discrimination in schools to go unacknowledged and unaddressed. I'm not fully happy with how that sounds, so totally open to that. And I know Dr. Jones had some ideas about that as well, as I'm sure others do. But then the other was that the superintendent shall not use a deficit-based approach when moving goals forward.
Got it. Yeah, I pulled both of those forward. Anyone else? Potential guardrails on page 3.
I have
I
one.
had one. Oh, sorry. You want me to go? Okay, I'll go. I'm sorry. I pulled one actually from the bar earlier for the revision and renaming of our highly capable advanced learning policy, because it sounded like almost like a guardrail. And if I have to go back and find the actual line from the bar now, but the way I changed it into a guardrail here was that the superintendent will not allow the district to operate without students having. No, I'm sorry, that's not even it. There it is. Superintendent will not allow the district to operate without addressing the whole child needs of students through data-informed tiered services supported across central office and through a district-wide commitment to MTSS. And I don't know if that whole thing needs to be there, but it was sort of getting on that we're trying to address the whole child through the services, and we're trying to be data-informed. And we're obviously we're trying to implement tiered services. So anyhow,
Where are you saying that on page, what on page 3 is inspiring that?
Well, this is in regard to quality instruction and learning experiences, and it's not one that's on page 3.
Gotcha.
But I mean, because it's a guardrail, obviously.
Yeah.
But it was just something that I had
Yeah, say it one more
stood out to
time
me
for me.
in that bar from earlier. The superintendent will not allow the district to operate without addressing the whole child needs of students through data-informed tiered services supported across the central office through a district-wide commitment to MTSS.
And one more time. I almost got
The superintendent will not allow the district to operate without addressing the whole child needs of students through data-informed tiered services supported across central office through a district-wide commitment to MTSS. And again, I really just liked the whole child and data-informed part of that. I don't know if the rest is as broad as it should be, but
No.
and in that same idea there. Oh, okay, and so and in the same idea of high quality instruction and learning experiences, I was also inspired by one of our speakers today, Janice White. She's our special ed PTSA president, speaking about our commitments to special ed students and how we have a lot of, we say that we are committed to them and they're a priority, but then sometimes it's probably not that way. So to probably add security there, I was thinking we could form a guardrail in that vein there. And so it has them like the superintendent will not allow the district to operate without students receiving special education services meeting IEP progress or goals. This seems general enough to encapsulate the, that we want, to show how we want some sort of guardrail in regards to our special ed population services.
Yeah, could you say that one more time?
The superintendent will not allow the district to operate without students receiving special education services meeting IEP. I had progress. I don't know why it could be IEP goals, but maybe progress is more appropriate.
Got it. Excellent. Thank you. Anyone else? Potential guardrails? Yeah,
I have one that I had brought up before with regard to special education students or students receiving special education services and instruction. The superintendent will not allow special education needs to restrict student access to general education buildings, programs, and opportunities.
Can you say that again, Liza?
The superintendent will not allow student special education services. Well, we could say it a couple different ways. The superintendent will not allow, I guess we could say, will not restrict access to general education environments, buildings, programs, and opportunities based upon, no. Superintendent will not allow special education services to determine student access to general education classrooms, buildings, programs, and opportunities.
Okay, I think I got it now. Say it one more time.
The superintendent will not allow special education services to determine student access to general education classrooms, buildings, programs, and opportunities.
Got it. Yep. Anyone else? Potential guardrails from page 3 before we move to page 4. Brandon, did you have something? I just realized I skipped over you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see if this kind of fits in, especially with the reading goal. We have a lot of conversation about budgeting and like how our strategic plan is actually in a separate budget and it needs to be really like focused on the whole budget. I wonder if a guardrail could be the superintendent will not put forth a budget that XYZ. I'm trying to figure out like what might the wording be to show that we are actually utilizing the resources and funds we have to directly impact the goals that we're setting for ourselves.
Yeah, so this is a really important point. In this kind of student outcomes focused mindset for governing, one of the rules, and you'll actually see it in the rubric that I'll provide you all with, it's in the student outcome focused governance manual, is that the board will not adopt a budget until the superintendent has demonstrated their satisfaction that the board's goals are the first priority for resource allocation.
Right.
And as a coach, what I'll tell you is absolutely do not approve the budget until you're convinced. And it's not your job to be convinced. In fact, I would tell you it's your job to be skeptical. It's your job to start with, I bet this doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Like that is your starting point when it comes to the budget. I bet you this does not honor the community's visions the way it's supposed to. And now from that place, it's the superintendent's job to present to you evidence. Actually, here it does. And here's the way that we've woven the community's vision into the deployment of resources. But it's actually not your job to be convinced, oh, well, it's the superintendent. I guess we got to go along with the budget. It's the superintendent's job to convince you and provide evidence that the budget does, in fact, make as its first priority for resource allocation the goals that you've set.
I have two things that I want to say in follow up to that. First, that feels almost opposite to what we do now. Though, over the past year, especially around budgeting decisions that have needed to be made, I just want to uplift the work that Jolene and her department, in partnership with Director Hampson and I and the board, have been doing that's getting us to there. But then my next question really is, man, I feel like every time we have these sessions, it just adds another layer to how like we're taking steps toward this. What my concern is that given the way that we budget now, it almost feels as though when we're working directly with community on the budget, and this, I know what you're going to say to this almost, I think, but when we're working directly with community on budgetary priorities, it's almost in conflict with the work that we know that we have to do for our system, right? And that's where we get into trouble, because we know what the financial outlook is going to be, especially when it comes to like discretionary projects or whatnot. But when it comes to like adopting a budget on a large scale, it almost feels if we're working with community, then we're working against the district, big D. But if we're working with the district, we're not being fully responsive to community. So when we get to that point where we are holding the superintendent accountable to whatever the drive or the aim might be, how do we, well, I guess that goes in before, I think I just answered my own question. My question is, how do we remain responsive to community around budgeting, but at the same time, knowing what the budget needs to be in order for us to move forward in a productive way? Those two things often exist in conflict.
Yeah, so if there's anyone left in Seattle who I have not annoyed, this is my opportunity to bridge that gap. Nice. So here we go. Buckle up. Here we go. Get it. All right. So step one, your job is to represent the vision and values of the community.
Yeah.
Period. Full stop. There's nothing else. Everything about your task fits into that. You are either out to represent the vision of the community or out to represent the values of the community, and that is your job.
Right.
That is completely distinct from representing the wants and inputs of the community. So think of it this way. I'll go back to a favorite example. As the vice president of my neighborhood association, Mr. Johnson would show up and say, I want a stop sign. And Ms. Williams would show up and say, I want a speed bump. Are those inputs, outputs, or outcomes?
Those are outcomes.
I want a stop sign.
Well, no, okay. That would be an input?
That's an input.
Right.
And if Ms. Williams shows up, she says, I want a speed bump. Is that an input, or output, or an outcome?
That would be an input.
That's another input.
Right.
Now, if you reach under the input, and Ms. Johnson and Mr. Johnson, Ms. Williams, they can't stand each other. Now, it needs to be a stop sign. No, it has to be a speed bump. It has to be a speed. And
right.
And then they look at me, you the vice president, AJ, which side are you going to pick?
The outcome would be safety.
The outcome is safety. And my responsibility to say to them is, I am not here to represent your speed bump or your stop sign. I am here to represent safety.
Okay.
And so I'm going to turn to Brent Jones. Brent, we are for safety. We have a guardrail about safety. Safety is important. What are you going to do to accomplish safety? And Brent's going to look at Mrs. Johnson, look at Ms. Williams and say, well, I've had my team study it, and we're going to install a cul-de-sac.
And we have to be like, cool.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't go against the guardrail.
In that moment, have you represented the values of the community?
Yes.
By funding the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Have you represented the wants and inputs of the community?
Yeah, no.
No.
But that's not our job.
And that's not your job.
Right.
That is the distinction that you have to live inside of, as uncomfortable as it is.
That's going to be real different for a lot of folks.
Right?
That's going to be real different.
So what happens is people are going to show up. They say, Brother Brandon.
Yeah.
You I know you got that stop sign for me though, right? And your responsibility in that moment is to decipher under what is the value underneath the input that they're surfacing for me that I do have an obligation to represent. And I've got to check, does that already live in one of our goals? Does it already live in one of our guardrails? If so, then we've already got a system in place. But if not, then maybe there does need to be a conversation about that. But
then really quick, one more thing. So that sounds like what we need is the communication and the relationship necessary. Say we are in a community meeting, folks are mad, they want a stop sign and a speed bump. We go to Dr. Jones and we say, yo, we got to do something about safety. Dr. Jones says cul-de-sac. Then it's our job as board directors to go back out and say, yo, cul-de-sacs, right? And this
your job first and foremost to say the priority in this community that I've heard safety. Did I hear you correctly?
Right.
Got it. Okay, so safety is what y'all want. Here's a strategy that the district is putting forward to accomplish safety for our children.
Right. But then we also need to be able to articulate why we're not doing stop signs, why we're not doing speed bumps, but why cul-de-sacs are the best option.
Yeah, notice in my example,
Right.
you know, when I turned to Jones and said, hey, he said, look, I've already had my people study this. And the best way to create safety on that block is we need to install a cul-de-sac. And so at that point, he does have an obligation to express to you why, of all of the different safety possibilities, his team leaned into a cul-de-sac over a stop sign. Because some people are going to tell you, well, wait a minute, stop sign would have been cheaper. How come y'all doing this expensive safety, situation? And he'd be like, yeah, well, we could do a stop sign, but we did some research, and the research told us, that stop signs, reduce, flow through traffic by 10%, but cul-de-sacs reduce it by 50%.
That means we got to start really digging into our data in a new way, y'all. Like our data allocation, attainment, all that needs
it's not enough to say that you're honoring the values of the community. You will have an obligation to prove it.
We got to prove it. And we can't, and what that also means on top of that is that, like, we have to hold ourselves accountable to not just collecting data, any type of data, but high quality data. And that's where I think another big piece of our system is going to really need to experience a shift, because we have to have a data collection strategy, right? There's just so many layers here.
Well, and so the
done.
Next piece of this, once you've identified some draft goals and guardrails, I will then be working with your superintendent to identify some interim goals and interim guardrails. These are the next layer metrics that you'll use to actually monitor progress, to figure out, are we, because the thing about your goals and guardrails, these are generally outcome metrics, so that you only get an update on them once a year. And so the interim goals and the interim guardrails are your output metrics that are predictive of, that are correlated with your goals and guardrails. And that's the data that you look at throughout the year to figure out, are we actually getting closer or not? And so, yeah, that data, that analysis of what data will we use to monitor progress, that is literally the next step in this process. After the board puts its stamp on this, then you hand that over to staff, and I'll work with your staff, and for each goal and for each guardrail, they'll come back with 3 of these progress measures to say, okay, here's how, given that you've said this is the vision, here's how we'll monitor progress throughout the year. Given that you said this is the value, here's how we'll monitor progress throughout the year. It's not enough to go back to your community and say, well, we think we're doing okay on this whole value situation. No, you need to be able to prove it, and you need to be able to prove it in data. Yeah, Hampson, what's up?
Oh, I just wanted to scroll all the way back to the guardrail that Brandon was proposing, because I think it's an important one around making sure that our budget that we have, the superintendent shall not. I had a different one that wasn't as I had written a different one that was in our notes that was about making sure that resources were allocated equitably or something. That was a guardrail, or that the superintendent shall not allocate resources inequitably, or but what Brandon's getting at, I think, is more important, which is the superintendent shall not. I don't know, what is the guardrail, Brandon? I wanted to make sure we captured.
What I wrote down was the superintendent will not put forth a budget that does not prioritize the board's goals.
Right. Thank you. Yes. So I just want to make sure that we had that one.
Oh, yeah. I'm taking notes. I'm on the job, Madam President. I'm on the job. I don't want to get fired just yet. All right. So first I saw Aaron, and then Eliza. You have potential guardrails that you're pulling out of page 3. And let's go ahead and add page 4 in here as well. So start looking forward to page 4. But Aaron?
I actually had a clarifying question, because from what I was understanding from the conversation you just had, do we need to have a guardrail about the budget if the entire premise of all of the work is that the budget must align to this?
Yeah, you are incredibly clever. I went ahead and wrote it down because it was literally said, and so I just want to honor the process by having written it down. But no, I would submit to you that I was going to talk you out of it later, because we're going to design a system to ensure that that actually happens. And so for example, you shouldn't have to spend one of your guardrails on the superintendent will not embezzle all the money. Like there are certain kind of fundamentals we're going to bake into this thing. I know, dang it. That you won't have to do really basic ones. Yeah, you won't have to say the superintendent, will not break the law. But another one that you shouldn't have to say is the superintendent, will not put forth a budget, that does not prioritize the board's goals. We're actually going to bake that into the system. And then I'll be providing you training, and it'll be on the timeline. Like, we'll literally have a calendar item on your timeline that says, okay, during this month, like a full 4 or 5 months before we even adopt the budget, we're going to have a conversation about what's the superintendent's plan for demonstrating that the goals are the first priority for resource allocation. Like, we're gonna hyper front load that into the process. And so, you picked up on that quickly, but I did, to be faithful to the process, that's why I did go ahead and write it down. Eliza?
Yeah, I had another guardrail, but also a reflection on what Brandon and Chandra were talking about in terms of the budget. And I think it's this need to be proactive versus being reactive is something that we as a board have already kind of been identifying. We have several things that we've asked sort of, can we see that sooner? Can we move up in the process? Can we, Chandra and I have had meetings with research and evaluation about the district has in the past tended to collect and report out data that sort of proves backwards instead of examining where problems are and helping to plan forwards. And so we've been having those conversations about just how to use, instead of saying, oh, look, that thing that we wanted to do.
We did it.
We did it, yay. But it doesn't really help identify, forward-looking work. So I'm just was sort of thinking about how this, feels good to be having this conversation at this time, to sort of a lot of things that I think have been sort of in the ether over the past year are kind of coming to the same point. And in terms of the budget too, I think in the past the budget has sort of said, we don't have that much money, and so here's what we're limited to, and kind of serving as a way to, because of budgetary restrictions, kind of force the maintenance of certain operations. And a lot of times there's not time too, to say, well, hey, wait a second, our bigger picture values are this, and how do we, I'm going to talk about theater again, the story that you want to tell, the production that you want to fund. You can't start by saying, well, we don't have money for, a beach scene and a this and a that and a whatever. You have to start by saying, this is the things we want. And then within the reality of the budget, think about, okay, within our realistic constraints, how do we still achieve those things that are really important to us? So I've just am liking the proactive goals instead of looking back so much. The other guardrail that I had is one I brought up last time too, which is that, and it goes with safe and welcoming schools on page 3, is that the superintendent will not allow the use of disciplinary action or physical intervention as a substitute for culturally responsive behavioral and social emotional supports for students with and without disabilities.
Got it. Surface that as well. Thank you. Anyone else? Potential guardrails from page 3 or from page 4? We're adding 4 in as well. 3 or 4? Yeah, Chandra?
Oh, I'm just trying to, Dr. Jones said, this is transformative. He wanted me to quote that. You want to try your mic one more time? So anyway, we tried. He said he's confident that we can find the measures and supporting data. So just a thumbs up that he's tracking and supportive of the direction we're headed. So yeah, let's get I just wanted to get us, make sure we're on time to finish up at 7:30 with get our guardrails for these next couple pages. I know we've got more of those, an abundance of those. So
an abundance, no doubt. Anyone else on 3 or 4? Any potential guardrails? And again, and again, I want to highlight this because we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're up to 9. And so what I'm asking you is if you could only pick 3, because let me give you a hint, they're not going to be 9 when we're done. And so you just want to start thinking about if I could only pick 3, would this be one of the 3? There's a whole bunch of stuff, but if you try to do everything, then you will undermine your ability as a team to get any of it done. And so you're going to have to enact discipline, which means there are certain things that are very near and dear to you that might not be on the final list. So what that might mean is that you have to take some of these and say, okay, what is a more broad version that captures several of these? Just start thinking in that way. How are we going to get this down? If we were just going to pick 3, what would those 3 be? Lisa, I think you were jumping in next.
Yeah, I just had looking at page 4 because you said to include that one.
Yeah.
That was the predictive system, operational systems. Well, we had and it's on the form there. We had as a guardrail. The first one there about superintendent will not allow ineffective operations to burden students in a manner that makes it harder for them to focus. I didn't write this one. I don't know who did that.
I remember that one.
But I thought maybe it would even be more because it makes it harder for them to focus. I was thinking maybe it makes it harder for them to learn and grow because focus just seems, I don't know if that's specific to like being in a classroom and something's distracting, but more, operations are all over the place in terms of how they're provided, and how they're executed. So maybe, like I said, it could be superintendent will not allow operations to burden students in a manner that makes it harder for them to learn and grow.
Yeah, got it.
Learn and achieve something.
Learn and achieve, okay. Anyone else from 3 or 4? In a moment, we'll transition and add 5 in as well. But any other potential, again, if you had to pick only 3, one of your top priority, high need, high priority, high leverage guardrail, value that absolutely has to be protected. Anyone else, page 3 or 4, before we transition to adding 5 in? All right, anyone on page 4 or 5? Let's move forward a little bit. Any on page 4 or 5 now? High need, high leverage, must have. If we're only going to have 3 guardrails, this would have to be one of them. Who's got an idea?
For page 5.
Yeah.
From the last time from the notes we have from last time, the superintendent will not retain educators who do not complete anti-racist and or culturally responsive training offered by the district.
Got it. Yeah. Anyone else? Anything from 4 or 5? Yeah, at least.
There we go. Can you hear me? Sorry. My headset died, so I'm not sure if you can hear me very well now.
You're good.
So that one just read, that was the one that I had offered up before, and I'm trying to, and I still like it well enough. I wonder though if maybe more general. A lot of our they've been coming to light in the last year or two are with students student abuse by your staff and which is just physical, emotional, psychological, all that. So I'm wondering if it could be broader, as in superintendent will not allow unsatisfactory employee performance to go unidentified or unaddressed, and because that seemed like more, it goes towards all kind of performance of staff. But again, I think they're both candidates. I leave it to everyone else to chime in.
Say that one more time.
Oh, I was just saying that was just my thoughts on that. either one to me is well, would be effective in what we're trying to get towards with the culturally responsive workforce.
Yeah.
Because this is about culturally responsive, but that's overall performance.
Yeah.
And we want unsatisfactory performance to be addressed in any.
Identified and then addressed. Yeah. Got it.
Well, we're not allowed to go unidentified or unaddressed.
Right.
Because kind of backwards of it.
Anyone else? 4 or 5 before we transition to adding 6 in. Anyone else? 4 or 5 before we transition to
I have one. I have one. I think
Yeah.
for 4. No, for 5. Yeah, culturally responsive practice and diversity increasing. How do I want to phrase this?
Tell me what it is you're trying to say, and then I can tweak it up for you.
The superintendent will not allow I'm trying to talk about relationships between adults and from adult to student in terms of race and identity. We tend to, or I have been, included in conversations from educator to educator, educator to student, principal to educator, and I where the comfort, basically where white feelings are protected more than educators of color and students of color being affirmed and seen and valued. And I think that's definitely, prevents us from having a culturally responsive workforce, because some of our educators of color are demeaned and diminished by their own colleagues. And so how can anyone stand up for what's right for students if, when an incident arises, I've heard, well, I've tried to talk to her about that, but she just takes everything really personally. Like, well, but there was a racist lesson and we can't let that keep going. So she might take it personally, but like, why is protecting that individual's feelings more important than calling out something that is absolutely, the opposite of cultural responsiveness? So I don't know, the superintendent will not allow white feelings to diminish the impact on. So I'm not sure how to phrase it, but like, we can't shy away from incidents of racism because the people who are perpetuating them are uncomfortable by having it pointed out.
Want to phone a friend right quick? Anybody out there want to help?
I might have something. So mine was, the superintendent will not retain leaders who do not support and promote values of racial equity and social justice in our delivery of education. Is that what because for me, it's a values-based thing. It sounds like we want them to be,
well, I think we have a lot of times where people would say that their values are one way, but then when it has to do with them personally, their behavior indicates a different response. So I think most people, most educators, staff, the board would say, oh yes, our values as a person working in Seattle Public Schools are to be anti-racist and to uplift students of color. That is what they believe is, and this is, Seattle, white Seattle as a whole. This is what they say their values are. But then when confronted with an actual decision or an actual incident of non-cultural responsiveness or active racism,
don't we kind of
deflected? It's deflected and becomes about the individual being upset instead of, or people's not wanting to deal with it because they know that someone will be upset, but it's at the expense of the person who was actually harmed.
So I'm just trying to figure out what the superintendent can do about that, because these are guardrails for the superintendent.
Yeah. Well, I think we've got the superintendent needs to hold principals accountable to address those incidents in their buildings, even if it's not comfortable.
Because I think it's included in some of these other things.
Okay.
Can I just read? Brent is sending me a couple that he wants to put forward. So from page 4, guardrail, the superintendent will not implement relevant and tangible support without engaging those we are serving in the solution. And then 6 is found. That's my next one's page 6. So I just want to make sure I got that in there.
This feels important to me, and I'm trying to be objective and not just self-serving since I've been Black for a while. But I think we are having some difficulty nailing down the language. So my request is cogitate on this a little bit more. Let's keep moving so that we can get comment in about page 6 as well. But then remind me to come back to you so we can just give you a few more minutes to spend time thinking about, okay, how do we put this idea to language in a way that works? So we're not skipping over that. We'll come back to it, but just give some more time for refinement. Anyone else?
Yeah, sorry, Liz, I wasn't trying to. I just want to make sure I got Brent's in there before we.
No, yeah, that's fine.
So yeah, we will come back to this one around kind of how are we creating a safe space, for our staff and students of color, to be able to confront, issues that are addressing, or how are we not allowing a safe space, for, patterns of oppression to be perpetuated in our system. I don't know how best to think of that. I would have added to the conversation page 6. Any ideas around page 6?
So let me give Dr. Jones's, the superintendent will not design community meetings without engagement principles that are predictable, consistent, and coordinated.
Say that one more time.
The superintendent will not design community meetings without engagement principles that are predictable, consistent, and coordinated.
This was from last time, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah,
okay.
It was. Okay, I found it. All right. Anyone else from page 5 or page 6?
In alignment with that, and also overarching, and to bring back another conversation I think we had, I don't know that I have a great guardrail for it, but I am noticing that we do not have anything regarding student voice or youth voice in what we're talking about, and I do think that that's really important. And so there's a goal on page 6 of the strategic plan that says students of color who are furthest from educational justice will have meaningful voice and leadership in school and district initiatives. So I wonder if we add superintendent will not allow school and district initiatives to go forth without students of color who are furthest from educational justice having a meaningful voice and leadership. I feel like there's some words left off to make that a complete sentence, but
No. I think I've almost got it. Run it one more time.
The superintendent will not allow school and district initiative to move forward without students of color who are furthest from educational justice having meaningful voice and leadership.
Got it. Who else? Page 5 or page 6, Lisa? And keep in mind, folks, we're well on our way to 20, and we're going to have to trim this thing down to closer to 3 here very quickly. So we're about to cut off adding any new ones here in a moment. Lisa, what you got?
I wanted to say, so like I think what Erin just said there was valuable. it's also might already be covered in our recent policy adoption to have student representatives on the board. Because and as I was doing these, looking through these, I realized a lot of them can be just brought forward as policy changes as opposed to making them actual goals or guardrails, because those are very limited. So like that one, while it's a goal, we're carrying that out through policy already. So maybe that helps take it off the list. Because again, it's important, but it also might be covered again through policy already. So that could help us narrow it down. Just my thoughts.
I wouldn't rely on that. If there's something that you think is the highest need, highest leverage, high priority vision or values, then we should make an effort to capture it here. Simply put, from a board perspective, I wouldn't counsel you to trust that things are happening unless you are monitoring them. And so the goal and guardrails is a set of your policies that is finite enough that you will be able to be constantly and rigorously monitoring them. So these are things that you will know whether or not they're happening or to what extent they're happening or not happening. And so if it's something that is absolutely critical, this is the stuff you're going to spend time measuring. And so if it's absolutely critical, you want to put it in the bucket of things that are measured, not leave it in the bucket of thousands of pages of things that are not necessarily monitored. And so if it's mission critical, don't trust that it's happening somewhere else, then surface it here. But again, you also only get so many items here. So you've got to kind of weigh the pros and cons. Anyone else, page 5 or page 6, before we cut off additions and move into the contractions? All right. First, I'm going to read through the goals. And the question is, are there any of these can be combined? Are there any of these that can be combined?
I have another goal that I didn't say before that I need to say.
Oh, and also I was going to come back to you with the guardrail idea. So I will give you the side eye.
I know it's forbidden. You're going to drop me into the floor, right?
Where's that button at? All right. So one more idea on this goal, and then you still have this other idea for guardrail.
Yeah. So the goal is, and I need more data to plug into it, but the number of students with IEPs who graduate college and career ready with a regular diploma will increase. So we've got 2 different types of diplomas for students with disabilities. And for me, this goes along with the strategic plan because there is a pretty straight line from incorrectly serving, especially students of color with disabilities, to prison. So something like 49% of those incarcerated have a disability as compared with 12 or 13% of the general population. And of course, we know that the population of people who are incarcerated are a higher percentage also of people of color than the general population. I don't know the data as much, but I would assume the same is true for those experiencing homelessness. My experience over the last couple of weeks, very direct personal experience over the last couple of weeks, disability is a big piece of what could lead to the situation where someone becomes home, or it's a factor, right?
So
and
I've
not
got that on the
serving
goal side.
Yeah, and so
were
the
you able to
goal.
come up with some language on the guardrail side?
Say that again.
So I got the goal concept written down.
Okay.
Were you able to come up with some ideas on the guardrail side that I said I'd come back to?
Oh, for the previous one?
Yeah.
Yes, and actually with help from President Hampson from one that she had before, which is that the superintendent will not allow, what was it, Chandra? Will not allow building leaders to isolate themselves or excuse themselves from district-wide values, vision, and equity charges. Meaning that we expect principals to be held accountable, to hold their staff accountable, to respond to manage their building when there's incidents of racism, bias, discrimination, retaliation, and that the superintendent will not allow principals to sort of excuse themselves of having to be responsible for cultural responsiveness and anti-racism in their building.
Got it. Thank you. All right. So now as we go back up to goals, we now have 6. And so the question is, are there any of these that could be combined? And if so, give me the potential combination of language. Students of color who are furthest from educational justice will read at grade level by 3rd grade. 80% of Black boys by the end of kindergarten will know and retain. Students of color who are furthest from educational justice will be proficient in math by 5th and 7th. Students of color who are furthest from educational justice will graduate ready for college and career. Number of students of color furthest from educational justice who achieve proficiency in home language, and the number of students with IEPs who graduate with regular diplomas. So of those 6, ideally you crunch that down to between 1 to 5, preferably 3. Fewer allows for more focus. More of them allows for less focus. Who will offer me an idea for combination? Any of those that sound like they might be able to be combined?
I don't know if you can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I only heard 5 there. I don't know. I missed one in there. Is there a way? I don't know if there's a way to change it on your screen.
Yeah, we're working on that. I'll read them one more time while we're getting that.
He sent you the Google Doc as well, Lisa?
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you all can see this, but nobody can edit it but me. Okay, so of these 6, the question is, are there any that can be combined?
So I have 2 thoughts. One is whether or not 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Good point. Let me fix that. There we go.
What? Oh, whether or not 4 and 6 could be combined. And then I would, even though it's one of my favorite ones, I think we could probably take off number 5 because there's other ways to, like, if that could be part of literacy, because dual language is part of how you achieve literacy from with students that are English learners. Those are my suggestions. Brandon, do you want to go next on the combination?
Ideas of things that could be combined. Who else?
Sure. I haven't really given much thought to the combination quite yet. I think we still have a little bit of ways to go. Yeah, will you come back to me?
Yeah. Are there ones that can be combined? And if so, what would the language be? So we've got 2 ideas that are both around graduation. The question is, can they be combined? Maybe they can, maybe they can't. But if so, what language would you offer that would be a combination of them? And so anybody, the floor is open, and preferably sooner rather than later. We want to get this thing moving. Y'all got other things to do. So anybody want to offer combinations of any of these items?
We have 2 reading ones.
Which ones are those?
Yep, they all moved around. So now I'm like, wait, hold on. 1 and 2 are both around literacy and reading.
All right, so is there language that could be offered that might serve as a combination of the 2?
How verbose can we be in a goal?
As long as it resolves as long as the goal resolves down to one single metric, then you're fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
My idea then doesn't work.
No. This whole wishing for more wishes hack that people try to do, no, you can't have a goal with 12 different metrics. It has to resolve down to one discernible metric that we can then track.
Could we make it by the end of the 2023-24 school year, 80% of Black boys by the end of kindergarten will know and retain with 80% accuracy the names and sounds of every letter, predetermined high frequency words, and vowel teams, digraph sounds to ensure or to improve the likelihood that they will, to prepare them to be reading at grade level by 3rd grade?
So I would actually just get rid of the grade level. I mean, that's just my, I don't know about the reading at grade level. I think the skill sets are that the read at grade level by 3rd grade, that's a output, isn't it?
Depends. Depends on how the board chooses to.
Well, if they will be able to read. That's a know and be able to kind of thing at grade level.
All right, so think on that a little bit more. We can come back to that one. So we've got something about literacy, perhaps with the ability to combine a couple. Something about graduation, perhaps with the ability to combine. Any others that could be potentially combined, or is there any possible language folks want to offer? Or any that maybe need to be dropped?
Well, I agree. I think with Dr. Hampson that what's now number 3 could probably go. It's about literacy again. And we have that now obviously in number 1. So that could probably be cut. And then I like Liza's recommendation for combining the A and B of literacy. I don't know what you say what the achievement is by 3rd grade, except for grade level. Anyway, that was my thoughts on that, on number 1 too.
And I don't know, I would defer to Brandon whether you could say to combine, to fit C1C into 1B by the end of the 2023-24 school year, 80% of Black boys by the end of kindergarten will know and retain blah, 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 vowel team sounds, whether in English or language of origin.
Yeah, so yes, could be in either one. I think that would be great. For it to also be in their language of origin, but the reason that I structured those differently in that way is because of the need for them to build off of one another. So if we're going to do that, I would just say let's look at it across the entirety of those goals. And then also those might not be the goals that we end up choosing, right? Or we might, this is becoming more and more complicated because for me, it's almost like we need a goal for literacy, and then within that literacy goal, is there more opportunity to set measures and things like that within a goal, or is it just that flatline goal? Because I'm trying to figure out how do we encompass all of this work that needs to be done in just these few areas that we've identified, narrowing it down.
I'm going back to AJ, what you said earlier about having the other district that had a goal that was set for much later in the schooling. So I think you said high school, and then the superintendent and the staff took that and broke it down into different measurable interim goals. And I just want to put out there that is sitting with me, and that the idea of having goals that are to be achieved sort of later that break down in the interim goals. I have a draw to that. So, because I guess what I'll say is my worry is that if we have a goal that is directed at kindergarten, then what happens after that? Does that make sense? Like, we're not ensuring any advancement past. We're not I would want another goal, at least in another area, that is checking and keeping us hyper focused on achievements later on in their educational career.
This is the tough part of goal settings. You got to set priorities, and you're not going to be able to prioritize everything. What do you all want to do? Is there anything about, you can't keep all of these. It's too much. You won't be able to focus. You're going to have to make some combinations or some deletions. This is the tough part of leadership. It's time to do the work. Somebody offer me some language that we can lean into.
Could a number 3 for graduation?
Yeah.
I think I'm trying to add 2 metrics, but students of color who are furthest from educational justice will graduate ready for college and career. Oh, it's not coming to me.
This is the tough stuff.
Is there a way to combine those?
Yeah, I think there is. Well, because I think, yeah, there is. I mean, students of color who are furthest from educational justice will graduate ready for college and career is, to me, super broad. And like, what does that actually, what does it mean to be ready for college and career? And then in the shorter term, if we're thinking about these as 1-year goals.
3 to 5 year.
Oh, 3 to 5. Okay, that's that makes more sense. I mean, we could say, so students with IEPs are disproportionately students of color. I mean, the number of students with IEPs who graduate with regular diplomas ready for college and career will increase.
All right, say that one more time.
The number of students with IEPs who graduate with regular diplomas, comma, ready for college and career, comma, will increase.
Okay.
I mean, we could even say the number of students of color with IEPs, but already IEPs are, students of color are overrepresented.
All right, folks, does that work as a combination?
I'm wondering if, and again, not to throw too much into it, I'm wondering if there should be, trying to find on the screen here, for graduate ready for life, college, and career, because not everyone, sometimes, you know, it's, I don't know if it's presumptuous to say they got to be college or career. It's also about life skills that we want to focus on, making sure our students are equipped with when they leave our school system. So just an extra word or two there, but.
Sorry.
Well, but that's sort of, I mean,
Can I just point out, these do have to be SMART at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's got to be something that's measurable.
So I did some research into other districts who do this kind of work, and one of them was there's a school district that has the life, college, and career one, and they have a way of measuring that, how you're ready for life versus ready for college and career. It's the Anchorage School District. So they do have measurable ways for even for life. There's our successful completion of financial literacy course, successful attainment of or completion of one or more life-ready indicators. I don't know what exactly their tests are, but they do have a way of measuring it. Is all I'm saying. Life can be
Okay. So,
ready
but
for
I
life can be measured.
want to be careful we don't start adding things, right? And that and then it has to be based on the strategic plan. Otherwise, we're going to be here forever. So we need to, this is the thing that our board struggle with and this board in particular, is letting some stuff go.
Yeah, I do remember hearing from students. I believe it was the NAACP Youth Council talking about some of their goals or demands were about just like life skills kind of attainment. So anyhow, I'd have to look back. I can't quote anybody, but it sounds familiar to me. Maybe someone else remembers that better than I do.
I think what you're getting at, Lisa, though, I think is already included in this, because if the idea is that of students with IEPs, too many of them don't graduate, right? Like a higher percentage of students with IEPs than students without IEPs don't graduate. Of the ones that do, there's two different kinds of diplomas. There's your regular diploma, and then there's, I can't remember what it's called, but a provisional kind of, you've completed high school, but, and it may be more of a life skills thing. You know, completed some requirements, but it's basically sort of saying, you graduate, but you didn't complete the coursework that a typical student would be expected to complete. So if the goal is to increase the number of students with IEPs who graduate with a regular diploma, that means that we have to make sure that students with IEPs are getting the access to the supports that they need to enable them to meet that level of being prepared for graduation.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So we have made effectively no progress on shrinking and coming down to reaching a consensus on fewer. So let's slip away from goals for a moment and go to guardrails and see if we can muster up some more energy, and maybe that'll give us some momentum going back up to goals.
Here's an idea as well. Can I offer? Yeah. Is because I think before we start like trying to blend them together, I think we start potentially eliminating some things in terms of prioritization for us, just because like the more we blend it, as was stated before, this board being incredibly educated does get into the wordsmithing and the weeds of like what we're trying to get at a lot. So maybe instead of trying to figure out like the perfect verbiage for it, we can start eliminating some things collectively that we think that we can let fall, not necessarily let fall to the wayside, but that we can put aside for now.
The question is, what's the highest need, highest leverage, and not all goals are created equally in that regard. Make one more pitch. Is there anything that can be eliminated or combined? We have identified kind of three broad topic areas. That doesn't mean anything we can get rid of those. Is there anything that could be deleted or combined? Anybody willing to make a pitch?
Liza, by definition of students of color who, if there's some educational justice, graduate ready for college and career, isn't B more likely to take place as a result of that? Meaning B is more prescriptive than A. It could be a subset of A.
Maybe, but I feel like B is more measurable.
So they're both measurable. I don't know that one is more measurable than the other. They both have, pretty defined terms in them. But I do think you all need to wrestle with. So the big distinction I'm hearing between them isn't what they're trying to measure. They're both trying to lean toward some degree of appropriate preparation. I think the biggest thing you have to wrestle with is that they are talking about two different populations. In the Venn diagram, there's a fair chunk in that middle slice, but there's also a fair chunk that's not in the middle slice. And so you all have to wrestle with, do we want to focus on the middle slice? Do we want to focus on the slice on the left or the slice on the right?
And the strategic plan is expressly focused on Black students, students of color, Brothers from Educational Justice, Black students, Black males, expressly. So, that's why I'm suggesting that it could be seen as a subset. We've got to let go of some things and get focused. So I was suggesting that we get rid of B. We need to make these smart, but
yeah, and don't worry about making them smart and necessarily metrics, because we've clearly run out of time for that this evening. So what I'll do is, once you've narrowed down to which ones we want to focus on, I'll work with your administration to smarten them up and insert the real data. So for example, we don't know what the baseline for any of these is, but I'll work with the administration. We'll figure out what the baseline is. We'll plug all that in and bring that back to you. So some of this work, we'll take off your hands. We'll do for you instead of us going through together this evening. But then you'll have to.
I feel like for just me,
if you say students of color who are furthest from educational justice will graduate with regular diplomas ready for college and career, is that? And Brandon, do you have a suggested combination on literacy?
Yeah, so the literacy one can be combined down and just blend the years. So the beginning year would be 2023 and the ending year would be 2025. And then the combination, the same thing is true for 80%. We can take by the end of kindergarten, by those, that can be workshopped down. I just don't know if we need to do that here. I would be more than happy to submit something where it's more concise.
So I guess my two questions are, if you were what is the literacy goal? Who is being measured, and what are you proposing be measured?
Right. So Black boys, 80% by the end of 2025, regardless of their placement, kindergarten, all age. No, I don't want to do with all age. So I would say somewhere in K3, whatever that looks like. And then the outcomes that we put forth before, right? The high frequency word acquisition, all letter sounds, that. But then that's the trick, right? Because it has to be broken down by year for it to build upon.
That's relevant for kindergarten, but makes less sense for third grade.
Exactly.
Like if they're learning digraphs in third grade, we have already missed serving them well.
Right. So maybe for this goal particularly, there are these sub goals that exist within the plan to get us to the goal.
Yes. Yeah. So remember, when you all adopt a goal, the next step is your staff's going to come back with 3 interim goals that are that are formative interim data, but that are predictive of the goal. And so if you said K3 is the goal, you have to think of what do we want K3 to know and be able to do, and then we go and use whatever pieces of this aren't part of the goal, try to fold those into one of the progress measures.
Right.
So with that in mind, what should the goal say?
The goal should say by the end of third grade, 80% of Black boys in our system will be able to X, Y, and Z. So it'll be whatever those parameters would be. Because even letter acquisition, there are tons of students in our system, regardless of the color of their skin, in the third grade that do not have the letter acquisition necessary, and that's an issue across the county. But I would just say for now, let's keep all of the goals, or at least the outcomes that I put there, the same.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
let me work with your staff on
Okay.
on these 3 ideas.
For
and
sure.
We'll bring that back. Let's slip down to guardrails right quick.
Okay.
There are 15 ideas here, and the question is there any way to combine? Are there any combinations that are available? Let me just make a new page here. Any combinations available for guardrails? You want to go ahead and scroll up. I just bumped them down to the next page. Whoever's driving the screen. All right, there you go. Let's do the exact same thing, try to move with some haste. Are there any that can be combined? Are there any kind of common topics here?
Definitely.
That was a trick question.
And some of them I feel like are sort of, you were saying there's some things that are a given, like the superintendent may not embezzle funds. That's
Yeah,
not
like
on
you
here.
can take-
But there are
I mean, that I
some
kind of
things here that, yeah, seem like it's sort of, some of the stuff is already kind of a given.
All right, give me an example of a given.
Superintendent will not allow the district to operate without students receiving special education services meeting IEP progress. I mean, that's the law. So
We're not going to delete that yet, but let's slide it down here to a parking lot and we'll come back so that we can re-examine it. Other things, anything that could be slid to the parking lot or any that can be combined?
I don't know what number 4 really means because I don't think it's well defined, and I think there are very different value bases for that so I have a hard time with number 4. I mean, maybe it's just because it's too much, but also it's not.
I guarantee if I polled each of you and asked what it meant, I would get at least 9 different answers.
Right. And I don't.
Because there are some things in there that I think just different people have very different ideas of what whole child means, for example.
Right. Yeah. So that makes me a little. It doesn't feel specifically connected enough to the strategic plan goals.
All right. So first, let's. So we could potentially nudge that to the parking lot, but before we do that, are there any on here that can be combined, like thematically we're talking about the same thing?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So
yeah, we have some of the culturally responsive kind of ones could probably be
shout
combined.
a number out for me.
Well, definitely related. 1, 2, 8, 10. $14.
15.
1, 2, 8, 10, 14.
Oh, is 15 the culturally responsive?
15 is where they're going. Yeah.
Is it culturally responsive and anti-racist? I mean, is that the?
All right. Anything else that could potentially be combined or shifted to the parking lot?
Okay, somebody else do a combination. Erin, Lisa.
Yeah. So about community engagement, student voice, number 9. And I lost what number the student voice one went.
Wait, that is number 9, isn't it?
Oh yeah, sorry. Number 8 and 9. Oh, they're right next to each other. 8 and 9 can be combined into community engagement and voice.
Any others that can be combined or moved to the parking lot?
Lisa, Brandon, Zachary. Is Zachary still on here?
I'm reading still.
Okay. Oh,
There's
wait.
a lot to read.
I was wondering,
Go ahead, Lisa.
well, things keep moving, so I'm just trying to. On the number 9, culturally responsive and anti-racist. Well, I was just looking back at the previous one up, but where did it go? Well, not. It's not in there. It's not in there, although it's a staff one. Oh, number 7. Sometimes we're not allowed ineffective staff performance to go unaddressed, unidentified, or unaddressed. And I wonder if in the interims it's decided that effective staff performance is to be culturally responsive, then that one would cover all of those culturally responsive ones. If effective staff performance is, like I said, determined to be anti-racist, culturally responsive. But I see the value in saying it out and spelling it out in those words of you want them to be culturally responsive and anti-racist. So I hate to just make it as simple as number 7, although I don't know. And then even like again, so I'll admit that one actually got the main career. She had one like that there. So it was the idea of ineffective performance.
I think that we could probably combine number 5 with number 4 in some way. Resource allocation with prioritizing board goals.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But didn't we also say that we don't need to have board goal budget in this because it's covered in, it's embedded in the process of the. I was gonna say we could delete the budget one.
Okay. And so, it may wind up that you really like that one and decide that you don't need, that one. Got it. Any others that could be combined or potentially deleted?
Number 4 is like super clunky for me. Like I get the intent, but I don't know. I mean, that to me is sort of like a given, like all of our operations should be in support of student success. So.
Wait, are you talking about number? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was wondering about
Thinking about
taking that
parking
off
lot?
as well.
Are you thinking about parking lot for now?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Ones that could be put in the parking lot or combined?
5, I'm sort of worried about too, because what does it mean to be effective? What is it like? That's, I mean, then that's really that's a really big conversation of like, what does it mean to be effective or not? How do you measure? And that I would think would maybe get into contract issues about performance. I don't know.
All right. Anything else that can be done? Any recommendations for what to do with 1, 2, 3, and 4? Is there any combination? Is there any particular theme that they should be slotted into, or should they be put in a parking lot?
So was I hearing, Liza, that you were saying that what is now number 4 should go in the parking lot?
Yeah, or it kind of goes along with the where is it now?
Cultural responsive.
Yeah.
Yeah, about staff performance.
And not allow building leaders to isolate themselves and excuse, that it kind of, it's a variation on that theme.
Number 3.
I mean, I feel like 2 and 3 are kind of mushy. Well, no, 3 is actually very specific. It's about special education. Number 2, I think, if you're talking about the whole child, then all of that should be covered in number 6.
Yeah, 2 I feel like could parking lot because it's all like the district has already made that commitment to MTSS. I mean, yeah.
And number 1?
That kind of goes in the culturally responsive maybe-ish.
Maybe. I feel like, well, yeah, possibly.
If you were to assign it its own theme, what would the theme be?
Is number 1 a value or like a principle of the organization?
It could serve as either. It could, if you all needed it to be here, it could definitely be here. I'm just curious about thematically, what are we talking about?
To me, that goes into like, if you wanted to add like communication, community engagement, and student voice, or but that's about like how we engage and talk about what we're doing.
All right, so essentially we're down to 5 themes. We don't have to keep all 5, but it'd definitely be helpful to do some combining. So it sounds like, and then decide which ones we want to keep or not. So let's start with the tough one, number 5, since there's a lot of stuff here. If you're going to have just 1 or maybe 2, probably not more than that, but if you're going to have just 1 or 2 items from 5, or if you're going to rewrite something that was broad enough to encapsulate all of them, what might that be?
I think community engagement and communication could probably be blended, and special education could probably be blended into culturally responsive and anti-racist, because to me, what the work there is to take a look at our system and see how are we serving and centering our marginalized students, right? And I believe strongly that we could roll special education into that one as well. Because many of our, number 1 and number 4.
Eliza, I think you were the one who wrote that one.
Yeah, and I was nodding in agreement that makes sense to me what Brianna was just saying.
Gotcha.
And it because it could sort of go along with 4C. Well, not really, but
so
yeah, it does.
Okay, so
because it also has to do with allowing with not removing students from their communities.
Okay, so if we were going to have 1 or 2 items that tried to either encapsulate all of these or that, were the priority, what might that 1 or 2 be for this third topic, culturally responsive and anti-racist? Give me some combining language. We're officially about 30 minutes into overtime, and I'd really like to wind this down pretty quickly.
So, I don't have one for number, I think I've combined number 2. No.
Okay, how would you do that?
Yes, it was number 2. Although, so it would be something along the lines of, the superintendent will not allow school and district initiatives to go forth without engaging community and students of color who are furthest from educational justice, following principles that are predictable, consistent, and coordinated.
Got it. Or at least I think I did.
I'm looking at a different screen now because I had to write that somewhere. Yeah. Yep. That's what I said. I don't know if that's.
So the question is, does this capture the items 2, B, C, and D for folks? Going once, going twice?
I think generally so. I don't think the asset-based part is in there, but I don't know. I don't know that it fits, so.
Yeah, that was added after I had started working on a different page.
Okay, so we've got an idea there. Let's talk about 3, culturally responsive and anti-racist. How would you combine, or what is a umbrella topic, or is this bifurcated, or they're 2 different ones? Somebody give me some ideas.
I mean, I guess I would focus, my inclination is to focus on the things that are about creating a just environment, a just and responsive, positive environment versus the accountability, but yeah.
So what would that look like?
I mean, I'm thinking more along the lines of the superintendent will promote retention of staff. I'm thinking of shifting it to a positive, who promote anti-racist and culturally responsive, affirming asset-based school environments. You know, that there's that value that is associated with the adults in the system, and that their ability and dedication to providing that is what makes them, is part of their value as an employee. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I don't know if it's better just to state it as a negative or a positive. As a negative, it'd be superintendent will not retain staff who allow incidents or cultures of racism in schools to go unacknowledged or unaddressed. I think that would be my, or even you could add deficit based in there too, but that would be my short version of all of those. Superintendent will not retain staff that allow or promote or support incidents of and cultures of racism.
Could you take out retain staff will not allow incidents of cultural, or is that too broad?
I don't know. I struggle with the retained staff people. It's more a matter of like wanting it to become part of the evaluative culture, that it's back to what Liza was saying before. It just keeps rolling over, and they're like, it's like, well, we'll just train them. We'll give them training. And it's like they do the training, but then their behavior doesn't meet that. But there's no, we just keep,
there's no accountability,
and we just keep hiring the same people and letting them do the same things. And it's not a norm. It's not an expectation. Or maybe it's that superintendent shall set the expectation that, I mean, the example I could give is a school recently that where the principal put out a survey that for school, the building funding basis, racial equity training for staff was an option, and it got voted down by the community, which has had lots of racist incidents. And so that's why, I mean, it's not optional. And so that shouldn't happen, but and then there's nobody.
What about the superintendent? The superintendent will not allow, something about basically will not allow it to be optional. Like seeing our students and each other as our full identities and everything that makes, strengths, challenges, gifts, like seeing.
Now you're nodding though.
But seeing students as people, like, is not a choice. Like, you don't, like, the superintendent will not allow school environments that don't, I don't know what this is trying to say.
Well, I had and I didn't hear any feedback on it. I said
Does F address what you're trying to get at?
Not enough.
I mean, it does because I wrote it, but
But can we start there and expand it, or is there an opportunity to utilize?
I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. If we want to talk about retention of staff and discipline, and you can try to throw all that stuff in it. I don't. It's like, what is really the priority? It's incidents. Is it incidents or cultures? I think I would add. Well, no, it says cultures.
Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm fine with F. I feel like that covers most of it. It doesn't cover. Will not allow special education services to determine student access to general education classrooms.
What if could we accountability?
Which I'm okay with letting go of that one because it is really specific and it's really about student assignment, and that is something that, like, for me, I want and hope that we value serving students where they are, but G is very specific, and maybe it's better addressed other places, not in our guardrails.
So put a pin in G for a second. Let's come back to that. That's a topic that's sufficiently differentiated from what I've now moved up to A. What changes would need to be made to A to have it cover as much of the other items in 3 as possible?
I think we need to add accountability. The superintendent will not allow incidents or culture of racism in schools to go unacknowledged. To me, there's a lack of accountability in that, because the word unacknowledged, like, okay, so I can just say, like, yep, that was bad, and then we move on, so
well, that's actually, we can't even do that right now.
Yeah, we can't even get it to be recognized.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that I think that if we're going to create a standard, we should create the standard we want. That and to me, that has to have some accountability in it. So maybe unacknowledged to be unaddressed, like take out unacknowledged to go unacknowledged and unaddressed and held within accountability or something like that.
What about kind of a combination of A and C, with the superintendent will not allow school communities, building leaders, or staff to excuse themselves from participation in active upholding of district-wide values, vision, and equity charges?
I mean, yeah, that doesn't talk about incidents, but it doesn't talk about culture of racism or incidents of racism. So it's fine if but we don't actually have that. I mean, it's maybe add anti-racism in there instead of equity, values, vision, and anti-racist. You can change it to be that. Now you have to rewrite it, Liza, to change it to include anti-racism.
I mean, isn't part of district-wide values?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
What about values, vision, and I mean, this is the stated vision and values, but focus on students of color furthest from educational justice or something, to call out what is in our the value of our strategic plan, the centering of Black boys and such.
Values,
this is separate. If you go back and look at the particular goal, this is more consistent with that goal. Otherwise, then you start putting this is on everybody. This isn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with that the way that it is. Does anybody feel like it doesn't have what it needs? He's still on there, Brent. Oh wait, sorry, Brent texted me 2 minutes ago. A plus F. Oh.
Yeah, I think we are in the opposite situation. We have a ton. We just need to be able to trim it down a little bit. But I think folks might just be experiencing a little bit of overload. I know for me, staring at this screen is getting
It's
tough.
taxing, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel bad rushing through this because I know we're already so far over time, and I feel like it doesn't do the justice that this needs.
Oh, so Brent, did you say A and he's saying to add, you want F? Oh, so maybe superintendent will not allow school communities, building leaders, or staff to isolate themselves, excuse themselves from district-wide vision, values, or anti-racism efforts, or create unwelcoming environments. I think, I don't know, does that combine it, Brent?
I have maybe possibly a newbie question and possibly just trying to clarify what we're trying to achieve tonight. Is this something that we can sit with for a minute? Like I would do better if I could like work on this on my own and then bring it back to the group and be like, here's some things. Because right now it's just, I'm a slow reader.
So I'm just FYI, this is, we have a set number of meetings to get from point A to point B. And then despite what we heard from our constituents, this is in fact what is going to provide the goals and the guardrails for planning for next year and the year after that, the rest of the strategic plan. And so, and we have to do this publicly. If we go home and we work on it separately, then somehow that has to come back together. So we sort of end up then trying to put those things back together. It always seems ideal, but when you're a body of 7, it becomes an impossibility.
Okay, that's clarifying. Thank you.
I would be for another meeting because I don't know that we're going to get this done tonight. I mean, we could stay here longer, of course, but it just feels bad to rush through it because of the time constraint. Because this is obviously very important.
I mean, I do think we've made some excellent progress. I mean, given that for me, when I went into this, some of this is also about like our preparation, right? So I had, as the guardrails, I wanted to make sure that we covered. I wanted something about community engagement, something related to racism in our schools, and something around identity safety. And I feel like we're pretty close. So I don't know, in terms of the guardrails, like if you think of it in those terms, what do we want to make sure that we're controlling for?
Well, we have that and more. So it's again, it is a lot of information right now. Like Brandon was saying, I think, again, I don't know. I would, and like Aaron mentioned, having taken this aside, working on it individually, and coming back at another meeting to compile and compress into the number we need, I think would be preferable. But I mean, not my call.
Okay.
So it feels like we have squeezed all brain power out of the team for one session. I'm a big proponent of kind of letting adult learners struggle a little bit to see what creative juices that turns up. But after a while, you have to recognize that we are where we are. So what I hear is that we've got 3 solid goal ideas, and if there is any lack of consensus, let me know. But otherwise, I'll take those forward, work with your administration, and try to bring back to you those have with numbers applied to them, and start to think through what are possible progress measures for those. What might the interim goals be? What I also hear, and let me know if there's a lack of consensus, I also hear ideas for at least 2 guardrails. I felt like we were dangerously close to this one reaching some type of consensus as well, but I didn't quite hear that. But at least 2 potential guardrails that I could then go back and workshop with your staff and try to identify how would we progress measure these, kind of what would the metrics around that be? And so that gives us a bunch to work on. If you all want to take a break from here, I would recommend then making a commitment to come back next week, preferably. I wouldn't let too much time get past you, largely because you really want to have these fully flushed out and use them to help drive your superintendent selection process and make them available to your interim superintendent to help with ongoing planning and resource allocation for the fall. Like all those decisions are being made right now. Frankly, I suspect a bunch of them have already been made. And so that's, if there seems like there's a little bit of urgency, it is because the sooner you get this done, the sooner they start to have an influence, the sooner your collective vision and values really start to be able to be used to drive decision-making throughout the school system. But that being said, if there is consensus around it, we can workshop the 3 potential goals and the 2 potential guardrails, and have some follow-up prepared for you all for those, or at least start to get some of that done, and then let you all kind of marinate on this a little bit more, and then come back again, ideally next week, and then try to finish up with identifying somewhere between either 1, maybe 2 more potential guardrails.
Yes, and we are pushing hard because this is the hard work, and we need to get through it in a relatively short period of time. So I appreciate your effort and your brain power. I know it's difficult. However, I do believe, based on what we watched happen this past couple years in terms of going through evaluations and dashboards, and to have this much simpler, clear focal point that is about student outcomes, that is connected to an existing strategic plan that's already been, at least from a district standpoint, well, I don't want to say understood necessarily, because I don't know that it's all gotten down all the way down to the building level, and that's some of the stuff that we're talking about. But we're not completely reinventing the wheel, but I believe it will pay dividends for us in the months to come if we can get really clear on this. And I think you all believe that too. It's just, yeah, this is hard work. So I think if you look back at what's on this page, I think it's pretty solid.
So what I'll do is I did not hear any break of consensus with my proposal to workshop these 5 items that you've given us. And so I will work with your team and get started. That is not a press a magic button and crank out stuff process. So I definitely wouldn't expect that stuff will be ready next week. It might be, but I just wouldn't expect that. It usually takes a few weeks of really hammering away on this stuff before the administration can come back. But the fact that they can get started on these 5 items now means it'll start to speed up the process. And so, since I did not hear any breach of consensus, I will take that as my imprimatur to work on your behalf with your administration. And then I will listen to you all's leadership for when you want to come together to finish the work. That being said, unless there's anything else you need from me, Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Crabell. Okay, everyone, as there's no further business on the agenda, this meeting stands adjourned at 8:21 p.m. Go enjoy the sunset for those of you in Seattle.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.